Looking around, the guy thought there was really nothing he could do. This time, he'd made a miscalculation. All his supplies were depleted and his teammates were dead. Besides, this time he's completely desperate because the difficulty of this dungeon is too hard for him alone. Taking the phone in his hands, Wei Chen began to listen to the message. The girl said that when he heard the recording, it would mean that she was no longer alive. She said that a guy once told her he'd do anything she asked. So please make him promise her he'll stay alive. After listening to her message, the guy apologized, because he feels a little guilty because he won't be able to keep his promise. Therefore, if they meet in the afterlife, she will be able to fully punish him. Had Wei Chen reached his end? The guy thought that this endless game was really fun. However, instead of just slowly dying there, he decided to have some fun, because this is his last chance. Opening his eyes, he didn't realize what was going on. Didn't the guy die in a long and exhausting fight with those monsters? A voice told him that he had been reborn. Wei Chen didn't understand what was happening. He thought, could it be that he was hallucinating? As the rebirth system is activated for the first time, the host will be teleported to their past. The guy thought that no, this can't be, he had just passed away right on the battlefield in that endless game. Disappearing, he shouted that the voice didn't answer a huge number of his questions. Chen thought that it couldn't be, he really had returned to his past. It was a university auditorium. The teacher asked why he was shouting so much. What questions did he want to ask her? As suddenly, a question flashed through his mind, could he really earn this system's death points by doing some mischief? He decided that whatever it was, he should try it first. The boy said he wanted to ask the teacher what color her bra was. The woman asked how dare he behave like that. She shouted for the guy to get out of the classroom. The voice congratulated the host on his success, he got 10 death points. He thought it was true after all. Looking at his phone, Wei Chen realized that today was April 13th, 20XX, which meant that the digital data crash was about to begin. He wondered if it was really worth rebirthing him right before he started. Couldn't the guy be allowed to get some rest? It was on that day that a strange catastrophe struck the earth. Countless people were pulled into alien spaces. People's bodies suddenly began to be translated into digitized data. Those who were pulled into the alien space were forced to take part in all sorts of adventures and games. And those who successfully complete the game will receive various rewards. From precious items and high-end weapons to even the most powerful powers and skills. Whoever fails to make it through the game disappears somewhere right in the middle of alien space, not even the body itself is left behind. These games that lead people into alien spaces are never-ending. They are called endless because they never end. However, now that he has so many opportunities, the guy definitely wants to get stronger and make sure to protect everyone close to him. The teacher asked who he was talking to in there. If he's still in there, he's probably not rethinking what he did. Leaning closer to her, Chen replied that he thought about it a bit and realized that in his past life he had many chances to get these points, too bad there wasn't this system back then. At one point he kissed his master. The voice congratulated the master on his success, for he had gotten 30 points of death for this travesty. She asked why he did it. The guy replied that he just wanted to have fun, his game had already started. Looking at one of the boys, Chen said that if his memory served him correctly, he was one of those mutated ones. There were several of them in his class. The guy asked what the hell he was talking about. Does he want him to break every bone in his body? Looking at his neck, Wei Chen saw the exact mark that was the sign of mutation. Chen took him down with one punch. The guys immediately started asking him if he was crazy. Did the guy really kill him? The teacher immediately started frantically calling someone. She said that there had been a violent incident right in the classroom. The guy thought that these people wearing the mutation mark should be eliminated before they turn into zombies. That was the very beginning. He decided he wasn't going to let it happen again. The girls started discussing why he did it. One of them said that she had heard that his girlfriend had dumped him and then left him for someone else. Hearing their conversation, the guy thought he'd almost forgotten about it. His girlfriend, now ex-girlfriend, had left him relatively recently. Turning to Lu Zhu, the guy asked him is it even normal to hug another man's girlfriend? The guy replied that Qin Huang was no longer his girlfriend, and he let him accept that she had dumped him. The loser should know his place. Wei Chen replied that he was not talking about himself at all. Looking at the girl, the guy asked how many boyfriends she had. Afraid, the girl herself had already lost count long ago. She asked how dare he insult her honor and innocence. The guy replied that how about showing her how many times her room had been visited by others. Lu Zhu got up from his seat and said that he wanted to check the records. The girl replied that it wasn't true. Didn't he believe her? Wei Chen thought that apparently, the more a person began to hate himself or someone close to him, the more death points he would receive. Suddenly, at that moment, the guy yelled that she was caught, and promptly started heading in their direction. Lu Zhu asked what the hell he was doing. The girl immediately replied that she was sharing her bed with other men. Let him not kill her. After stabbing the girl's body, he apologized. But if the guy hadn't killed her, a lot of people would have gotten hurt. He thought that if his memory was correct, there must be at least 3 mutants in his class. So there was one left, but he couldn't remember who it was. As the girl entered the auditorium, she asked which one of them had called the police. The teacher said that a guy suddenly went crazy and killed 2 students. Please hurry up and deal with him. Looking at the girl, he said her name. Chin Xian asked who he was. How did he know her name? The boy remembered that he was in his past, he had not met her yet. The girl shouted that she was warning him once, not to come close to her. If he dared to disobey her, she would shoot. Before he could speak, the girl pulled the trigger. Chin Xian thought that now was not the time to blame herself. It wasn't her fault, it was only his fault. If the girl didn't do this, he would have hurt even more people. The guys started to notice that his body was disappearing. They didn't know what the hell was going on. They hoped they were just dreaming and it was a nightmare. The voice said that the rebirth was successful. As a reward for the first rebirth, the master received a beginner's kit, a primary nano ring, a book with a method of techniques for beginners, and most importantly, 3 small life extension pills were obtained. He's really revitalized, and apparently got a lot of good stuff that he can use. The girl didn't understand what the hell was going on. She had just shot him and he should be dead. Suddenly, a voice came from the TV. Penguin said that the long-awaited digital data crash game was about to start. Their first game will apparently eliminate at least 70% of all humanity. If they don't intend to die, let them try to survive. The guys didn't realize what was going on. It looked like this TV was obviously broken. Chin Xian couldn't understand what the situation was. Wei Chen thought, could this really be the beginning? This moment is exactly the same as it was in his past life. Suddenly, in the classroom, one of the girls started screaming that she was in unbearable pain. The guys asked if she was okay. Chen realized that it looked like, here was the mutated one he had missed. He shouted for everyone to stay as far away from her as possible. Right now she was mutating. The guy who was sitting next to her yelled at him to stop saying that, she was actually his girlfriend. That's when she attacked him. After shooting her a few times, he realized that because of the direct headshot, she didn't die, so she was an unusual mutant. Holding out the girl's weapon, he said that in this life, with his knowledge the lad would be many times better off. As he hugged the girl, he said they were still as soft and firm as before. It was so cool that his hands can't stop. He threw a book at the mutant then started yelling for her to go to him. The tasty man is right in front of her. The guy was sitting right by the open window. As soon as the mutant approached him, he was able to dodge, and she fell out of the window and shattered. The voice said that by killing the enemy, the host received 500 experience points. He was surprised, since he had been given so many points. It was definitely an unusual mutant. Chin Xian didn't understand how this guy, faced with such a situation, could still remain calm and unperturbed. When he saw the girl being approached by the transformed mutant, he was immediately able to fight it off. Grabbing her hand, Wei Chen shouted to her not to stand stunned, let her quickly follow him. They were given a task by the system, they were not to die in 72 hours. The reward for completing the assignment was 2,000 experience points. They had 71 hours and 23 minutes to last. Seeing what was going on around him, the guy shouted, who doesn't want to die, let him follow as soon as possible. Early on the girl didn't understand why such strange things were happening. The teacher shouted to run faster, because the walls were starting to collapse. She didn't understand why she had subconsciously decided to follow this man. When she turned around, the woman saw that the girl was asking for help. Grabbing her hand, she told the girl not to be afraid. The teacher would try to get her out of there right away. Wei Chen shouted to the teacher that there was no way to save her, they should leave quickly. The woman replied that she was a teacher, how could she even afford to abandon her students in a difficult situation? Chen replied that he didn't know what to do with her. He offered to try to get her out together. Pulling the girl out, the teacher thought that great, they had managed to get her out. Seeing the girl's condition, she didn't understand how it was even possible. As it turned out, the girl was already mutated. At one point she managed to bite the teacher. The voice said it was a side mission. If he can save the teacher, he will be rewarded with 100 death points. The guy thought, does the system have side missions? It's a death sentence for her. No wonder they give so many points as a reward. He said that's what it means, he can do whatever he wants to a girl and she won't say a word to him, because he's saving her. Since the death system gave him a side quest, if he wants the reward, he needs to save her. The guy gave her a small life extension pill. Fortunately, the bite was shallow and not much poison entered the teacher's body. By using the pill, he slowed the spread of the poison. He needs to suck the poison out of the teacher's wound. Chin Xian asked, do they really have that much time to do this kind of shameless things? The guy replied that let her not think about it in that concept, he just helped her suck out the poison. While it didn't cure her, it at least bought her some time so the poison wouldn't spread through her body so quickly. The girl asked when he sucked out the poison with his mouth, wouldn't he also be infected with the virus? Chen replied that no, the virus only infects people through wounds. He said that even if the poison got into his stomach, it wouldn't be a big problem. The guy wouldn't get infected, provided there were no such wounds in his mouth. Chin Xian asked who he really was. And how does the guy know so much about this mutation? Chen replied that when the time came, he would be sure to tell her everything, but now it is necessary to hurry and find a safe place. Wei Chen began to say that they were very lucky. If the guy hadn't killed the two mutated ones beforehand, it's feared that only a third of them would have been able to escape. Lu Zhu asked how did the guy know so much? Besides, why did zombies even appear and a virtual text appear in front of his eyes? The guys immediately started asking questions about what kind of assignment is this? What are the experience points? Did they get into a virtual game? One of the guys shouted out that he knew, because he had read so many novels on the subject of virtual reality. Chen replied that he was advised to refrain from such thoughts. This is indeed very similar to what is described about virtual reality. They immediately asked the guy to spill everything he knew. Wei Chen started to say that it was like a game. But in games they can come back to life, but right now they only have one life. Now, they are nothing more than an ordinary group of chickens who haven't gotten any skills or items. They have no combat effectiveness whatsoever. Lu Zhu attacking shouted that anyway he had been boxing for several years, now would show him who is a chicken. Responding to his attack, the guy replied that he was handsome but useless. With his boxing skills, he can only impress stupid women with chicken brains. The guy thought about the fact that although he had returned to level 0, his combat skills and reflexes were still intact. Qin Huang didn't understand when he had managed to become so strong. Back when the guy was dating her, he was nothing more than a common coward and a wimp. Wei Chen told the officer that he would go to the rest room with the teacher to help her get rid of the poison. Let him not let anyone bother him. Looking at him, the girl thought it was strange, why had she subconsciously agreed to help him? Lu Zhu told the officer that there might be something very valuable hidden in the rest room. The guy guessed this and so he asked not to be disturbed. The girl replied that she couldn't let him in. Looking at her, the guy figured that her fangs hadn't fully industry yet, so he had a little time before she fully became a zombie. The guy told the teacher that to save her life, they'd have to do some not-so-decent things together. Legacy of the Dead is a very specific book containing training techniques. It has great efficiency and is powerful, but it cannot be improved by the usual and customary methods. It's a training technique that can be perfected through masochism, let her enjoy it. Chen realized that if he didn't get a promotion, the guy would turn into a zombie in the near future. The guy doesn't want to waste his only opportunity to be reborn at all, as suddenly he finally feels a promotion. Of course, the teacher sucked the blood from his body and her poison invaded him. So she got the antidote. He spent a lot of energy neutralizing the poison in his body, he needs a good rest. Teacher should be fine now. The teacher said it wasn't enough, she wanted more. Taking host blood can have unpredictable consequences. She started saying that the guy was a little small for her, but the teacher would overlook it. Lu Zhu said that a whole hour had already passed. In that time, he was sure to get the poison out of the teacher's body. The other guys added that they thought they had done something lewd and now they were ashamed to leave the room. The officer realized that the excessive emotion would soon make these people out of her control. Lu suggested that the students storm into the break room with the whole crowd. He doesn't think this girl cop would dare to shoot them. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound. The boys thought that there must not be zombies outside. As it turned out, it was the gym teacher. He went inside with the rest of the monsters. Then he yelled for everyone to get to class quickly. Jean Xian immediately opened fire. After a few shots, the girl realized that she had run out of bullets. As soon as the monster got as close to the girl as possible, Wei Chen kicked him in the face. Looking at the girl, he apologized for making her wait so long. Looking closer, the girl asked why the hell his back was all scratched up. What the hell were they doing in the break room? He immediately began to tell me that this is a very common occurrence in the process of getting rid of the poison. If she wants, they'll do the same thing when she's bitten. Looking around, the guy said it was an emergency, so he'd borrow her gun. Chin Xian warned that there were no bullets in the gun. The girl asked what he was doing. Chen replied that he remembered, she prefers to keep a spare clip there. The girl stood embarrassed and could not understand how he knew so much about her. The gym teacher kept telling them to start pumping abs, 100 reps, have them lie on their backs and then lift their torsos. Suddenly, the PE teacher grabbed one of the girls by the arm. She asked Lu Zhu to help her, but the guy ran away very quickly. Within seconds, the weapon was in the monster's mouth. Wei Chen said that now let him taste it. He realized that leveling up would allow him to improve his fitness. Obviously, the highest priority goal at the moment is to level up as soon as possible. Over 300 experience points were gained. After a few more kills, he got 400 points. The voice congratulated the host on getting another 50 death points. All the monsters were killed. The guy said his show time was over. The girl shouted that although he was a brave handsome man, she still wanted to hit him. They were surprised that the guy was quick as lightning. Suddenly, he noticed a glowing book above one of the monsters. He wondered if skill books really do fall out of these mobs. Wei Chen realized that unfortunately, this skill did not suit him at all. He said that he was giving this book to the officer. Have him press confirm to get this item. His side task was to rescue his classmates. For each survivor there would be a reward of 30 death points. The guy thought it would be in his best interest to help these guys stay alive. He ordered everyone to listen to him. He told them he was going to go right away to look for food and water. While he was gone, they would have to fortify the gate. The guy said that there shouldn't have been any other monsters left in the area that were capable of breaking through the gate. Looking at Lu Zhu, Wei Chen asked if he still had any objections. The guy replied that he did not, and then apologized for what he had said to him. Chen realized that this guy was adapting to the situation and sucking up to him. If it wasn't for the 30 death points he could get for him, he would have thrown him right to the zombies. Turning to the others, he added that the teacher was still recovering from his treatment, so don't let it bother her. They shouldn't make very loud noises and they should reinforce the gate. The girl said she wanted to go with him. She's a cop and protects regular people so she can't let him go alone. Hugging her, the guy replied that she had said everything exactly as she had in the past. He asked if she was in love with him, right? Looking at Huan, Lu Zhu said that he was a little unresponsive last time, let her forgive him. The girl should be scared right now, let her approach, he will be sorry. Slapping him hard, the girl apologized and said it was over between them. There were a large number of zombies outside the stadium. The guy felt the girl grab his shirt and asked her what she was afraid of. Looking straight into his eyes, the girl asked, "Isn't he scared at all?" It's almost like being in a horror movie, only for real. Looking up into the sky, the boy replied that this was just the beginning of the nightmare. All the worst things were still ahead of them. As they entered the dining room, they saw that it was filled with zombies who were waiting in line for lunch. They were trying to get under the tables quietly. The girl said they had to move slowly so they wouldn't be seen. As soon as he touched her heel, the girl immediately yelled out what was he doing. One of the zombies turned at what he heard. Covering her mouth with his hand, the guy said her screaming almost drove them to their grave. She asked what reaction he expected to see when he started touching her. The guy replied that apparently the girl was still too tender. He was just trying to train her ability. As soon as she pointed the gun in his direction, he immediately said he was wrong. The girl replied that she thought he just wanted to please his little friend. Entering the supermarket university, he said that it seems like there shouldn't be zombies in this place. Chin couldn't understand why there was even a supermarket there. While he was saying that this supermarket was inside the dining hall, they needed to take something that would be useful. There was no way the girl could let go of her hands of the cake. After taking it from her hands, the guy said they weren't taking the cake. They needed to take things that were easy to store and carry. Better have her go and get more mineral water and dry rations. The girl asked me to give her the cake back. After much resistance, at some point the cake fell right on top of the girl. She started screaming how slimy and disgusting it was. One of the strawberries got stuck between her breasts. Grabbing it, the guy popped it in his mouth and said he would eat the strawberry that had been on her breast. After slapping him, the girl yelled at him not to eat it. Chen thought he had almost forgotten that this girl was a sweet tooth. Looking at the shelves of the supermarket, a rather fragrant smell wafted to her. She looked to the side and thought it seemed to be coming from behind that door. Upon opening it, the girl said that there was indeed a back kitchen for the cooks in the back of the supermarket. The scent was very similar to the smell of meat, but though they were similar, she had never smelled anything like it. As soon as she started to open the lid, the guy yelled at her to wait, not to open it. When she saw what was inside, she was frightened and fell down. Suddenly, the door to the kitchen opened and the butcher of the dining room walked in. The man shouted and fresh human flesh finally appeared. He tried to grab the girl with his hook, but Wei Chen was able to stop him. The guy pushed the girl aside. As soon as they hit the floor, he immediately started telling the girl to get up faster. At some point the guy realized that his foot was caught in the chains. The butcher pulled on it with such force that the boy flew into the air. As it turned out, the pot was open and the guy fell right in. He realized it was enough to get him killed. The butcher very quickly closed the pot with the lid, making the fire stronger. He shouted that it was cooked. The girl cried. She didn't understand how it could be, why he died saving her. A voice said that 200 death points had been deducted from the master's account. He was rewarded by taming the corpses. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her not to cry too soon. Chen shouted that he would definitely explain everything to her later. He needs to tame that guy first, so she should help him get his attention. The girl didn't understand how she could attract his attention. The guy replied that she should not be shy, let her think of any way. Grabbing him by the neck, he shouted that he knew the girl could do it, because she was so smart. She thought that the information on this monster kind of said that it really liked fresh human flesh. Realized she had no choice but to bare her breasts. She shouted for the monster to look. There was fresh human flesh. The monster was almost upon her. She closed her eyes, afraid to look at him. As soon as she opened her eyes, the guy asked the girl, completely unable to look at him. Chin couldn't believe that he had actually taken control of it. Looking at him, the girl wondered if he would finally explain to her what was even going on. Why the guy could be resurrected and how does he even control it? Chin replied that he would definitely explain everything, but first she had to get dressed. The girl replied that she did it only to save him, not for any hobbies. Now could he explain to her what secret was contained in his body? The guy replied that simply put, right now they were in the game. As for his knowledge, he was just lucky. What about the resurrections and the ability to control zombies is that for every condition he fulfills, the game gives him rewards. The girl replied that she didn't quite understand what he meant. Oh, well, let him forget it. Right now they needed to take all the supplies to the stadium. The guy replied that he didn't have to worry, they'd try to hitch a ride. Chin starts telling him it's too dangerous. He seeks death by using this zombie as a horse. Chen replied that people don't die in vain. Let him not worry, right now they need to change course. When he got to the right place, he told the zombies thanks, because without his help they would have spent a lot more time on the road. The monster held out his knife to him. It was a meat knife that does 10% more physical damage. The boy replied that he would fight with this knife and remember him. Chen shouted after the butcher that he should remember to eat on time to keep in shape. He tries to adopt a zombie diet and eats as few people as possible. Grabbing it, the girl said it was disgusting. They need to get inside quickly. While handing out the food, the guy said that this food and water should be enough for everyone to sustain them for the rest of the game. Everyone would only get their share. Holding out the food to Lu Zhu, Chen asked him if he wanted to take a portion to Huang. The guy replied that he broke up with her. Maybe of course everyone was right, the two of them are completely different people. Sitting in the corner the girl said she would rather starve to death than go with a bashful face to ask them for food. Walking up to her, the guy said that now was not the time to be ashamed of anything. The most important thing now is to survive. The girl replied that she had been unfair to him in the past. Didn't he hold a grudge against her? Wei Chen replied that he was not angry with her at all. There are more important people to him now. Looking at the departing guy, the girl repeated more important people means says. Chin asked where he was running off to again. Is he slacking off again? The guy replied which supervisor would make a report especially for her. He had just gone to the toilet. Huan said he didn't believe it. He must still have some feelings for her. There were 58 hours and 11 minutes left in the game. The guy woke up and realized he needed to go to the bathroom. Standing at the sink, he saw behind his back Huang, who was standing in only her underwear. The guy immediately asked what she was doing there. The girl came close to him and asked him if he thought she was beautiful. He said that in the past, he'd gone out of his way to get them to start dating. If the girl wasn't beautiful, he wouldn't have tried so hard to get her. She started to say that she really loved him, but he used to be so sloppy and she always liked strong men. Chen realized that it was the girl who paid attention to him only when she realized the danger of the situation they were in. He replied that, for that matter, he would not stand on ceremony. The guy tied her up. The girl said it was her first time doing something like this in this way. Please be gentle. Taping her mouth shut, he replied that he would be very gentle. While she was there, he would let her amuse herself in some way. The boy promised to get up early tomorrow and, if he remembered, to set her free. But if by some great chance he forgets, the girl can only rely on herself. Does she really think he doesn't appreciate his pretty teacher and attractive policewoman? Does she really think he'd choose her over them? Is she that afraid of being alone in there? Don't worry, there's no way zombies can get in there. At that moment, the teacher flew into the restroom and immediately attacked him. Even though his blood had prevented the teacher from being zombified, her mind must still be affected by the zombies. With his corpse tamer skill, it would probably be possible to take control of the teacher, but her power was so great that he wouldn't be able to suppress it. He said, "What does it mean if you drink his blood? It's addictive." The guy hopes he can successfully subdue and control her before she sucks all his blood. There were only a few drops left. After taming the teacher, his skill gained 1200 experience points and was upgraded to level 4. Waking up, the girl said that she had slept so well, she was quite comfortable during the night. When she saw the guy, she immediately pointed the gun in his direction and asked him if he was a zombie too. The guy replied that he shouldn't point the scope at the man. He needed some time to recover. Looking at his teacher, the girl asked what the hell was going on with her. He replied that she was still aggressive. At the moment, the guy can control her with a tamer, and also her body has become stronger because of the zombie virus. She can become a very important assistant for him. Speaking of which, the teacher's clothes were worn out and rendered unusable, so he uses his glasses to match her outfit. After picking out the clothes, he said that it's quite pretty. His attributes are also very good. The guy asked, "This suit is very aesthetic, isn't it?" As soon as teacher Ouyang Shi appeared in front of them, they were surprised, for no one expected to see her in such an outfit. Wei Chen said that although the teacher had been infected by the zombie virus, but with his special treatment, she had recovered and her physique had been strengthened. The boy decided to show everyone the teacher's strength. He threw an iron pipe into the air and ordered the teacher to break it. Chen asked him why did she bring it back to him. She should have done something completely different. The boys laughed, saying he'd really trained their teacher to be a dog. Way to go. He did, after all, order her to split the pipe, not fetch it. Suddenly, one of the guys yelled out that things were bad. He said that there were a lot of zombies outside the stadium. Chin replied that apparently they weren't going to attack the stadium. So why are they gathered at the gate? The guy replied that although they are not conscious by nature, they are actually controlled by the game. He was afraid it was no longer safe to be there. He told everyone that most likely all the zombies will attack the stadium soon. One of the guys said that he was so amazing, when the zombies attacked, he would have to protect them. Chin replied that it was impossible. Yes, he is strong, but even a guy can't stand up to such a huge crowd. Therefore, he hopes that they will join him. The boys immediately replied that if he remembered, once they were bitten, they would turn into monsters. Wei showed them the medicine that would prevent them from turning into monsters. Seeing it, the girl thought, isn't that Chen's blood? No wonder he was pale in the morning. Watching them, the guy immediately said he wasn't forcing them. If one of the guys yells 3 times that he is not a man, he may not take part in the battle. The guys immediately responded that he was taking on too much. How dare he call them cowards? He asked if a man would hide behind a man's back and beg him to protect himself. Xiao Peng raised his hand and said that he was ready to fight against those zombies. He didn't want those rotten corpses looking down on him. The boy would rather die in battle than hide like a coward. Suddenly, the guys had a thought. So, in fact, even he dared to go into battle. Then how were they any worse? The guys didn't want to be considered cowards. If even he had the courage to go into battle, then the others would go too. The guy, as the head of the class, should take the initiative. Everyone was ready for the battle. Chin wondered if by using the reverse psychology method, he was able to inspire all these students to give all the zombies one last fight. Of all the guys, only Lu Zhu yelled 3 times that he wasn't a man. The guy told him it was okay, he understood him. Like real men, they would protect him and the other girls. And the others who had balls, he ordered them to follow him. 47 hours and 25 minutes left in the game. The guy asked if everyone got their weapons. One of the guys asked how come there are such dangerous objects in the university stadium. The guy added that thanks to his father, who knows about weapons, this machete is of very poor quality. He realized that these were the cheapest weapons he could find in the system store, and even so he spent 200 points on them. Chen said that they didn't have much time to practice, so he would only teach them some of the simplest techniques. He said that this set of 13 Ning Feng techniques. They didn't have to learn all of them, just learn 3 or 4 of them, so they could deal with the low-ranked zombies. Thanks to his father, the guy knew some basics, so the training would go very smoothly. Xiao Peng said he was very tired. The guy thought he might be asking too much of them. On normal days, they skip gym class, don't they? They don't have any tone, and he requires them to learn martial arts. It's too hard for them. Qin Xian told him that apparently the guy was teaching them the art of swordsmanship, so let him teach her too. The guy replied that she was the only one who could handle firearms, so why would she want to fight monsters in close combat? She replied that she was out of ammunition. If he didn't want to send her into close combat, where would he get so much ammunition? The guy replied that she didn't have to worry about that, everything was ready for her. 1 point could be exchanged for 10 rounds of ammo. The guy said she didn't need to know where he got it all from. If they had ammunition, they had ammunition. The guy was immediately slapped. Chin asked where does this pervert stick his hands. Still, with that much ammunition, she might as well get some practice shooting. He started saying that the girl was holding the gun a little wrong. In that position, it would be very difficult to hit the target directly. The guy began to show her how she needed to hold the gun, then needed to select a target, and then shoot. After hitting him, the girl asked if he was starting again. The guy immediately apologized and said he was wrong. One of the guys asked didn't the guy say he wanted to teach them fighting techniques? Then why did he leave them and run to his girlfriend? Running towards the guys, he shouted that he would teach them the next fighting technique right away. The girl thought that this guy was really strange. 4 hours and 3 minutes remaining in the game. He's trained those guys very well, now they should be able to handle the battle ahead. A voice said that a wave of zombies is approaching. Have the player ready to complete the mission. The guy said they're finally here. The guy thought it was bad, out of some hole their principal came out of, who enjoys trampling on student self-esteem. He realized that unfortunately, the principal had always been rude and harsh, so the students were still afraid of him. The guy yelled at them not to be afraid of him. The principal has turned into a zombie, so killing him will help them conquer their fear. One of the guys thought that the bastard who constantly embarrassed him in front of everyone, even his parents, was going to kill him now. Chen shouted for the guy to be careful. Just as he decided to launch an attack, the headmaster swung and the guy flew a few meters aside. He didn't understand how the principal could be so strong. His body literally shattered the floor. The principal kept saying that they were trash, just trash. The boys realized that they were being insulted too much. He kept saying that they were trash, so they should live in a landfill. Their life was a waste of air, water and food. The boys immediately wondered what was the point of living at all. Teacher Ouyang she struck out to defend the students. The woman shouted that she would not allow them to be spoken to like that. Wei Chen realized at some point that his teacher had regained consciousness. The woman asked what the hell was going on in there. And why is she dressed so vulgarly? The principal yelled out, did she really dare to resist him? Then he would kill her. The teacher shouted that she shouldn't. Protecting his teacher, Wei Chen pierced the headmaster's arm with his sword, thus stopping him slightly. I didn't understand why there was such a strong zombie in the first wave. Based on their current strength, they simply wouldn't be able to handle him. He shouted to the teacher that her body had strengthened and grown stronger. The woman must fight with them. The teacher didn't know what the hell he was talking about. What battle? She doesn't know what he's talking about. He realized that although she had regained consciousness, she had lost her innate ability to fight. A direct shot to the headmaster's head, the girl thought she rejoiced, for she had hit right on target. Chen realized that the headmaster was too strong. Even a direct bullet hit to the head didn't kill him. He needed to put the teacher into a half-zombie state so that they would have any chance of winning. Glaring at the teacher, the guy started yelling that she was a busty, brainless, and lonely teacher. He realized that thanks to the mental stimulation, her body was beginning to turn into a zombie. The teacher asked what he had just said. Despite her young age, she really enjoys watching anime and wearing cartoon underwear. But at her age, she is not married or in any relationship. And for every Valentine's Day, she would lock herself in her house and secretly watch love shows. Seeing the headmaster quickly approaching them, her eyes filled with rage. The teacher stopped his attack pretty quickly. The boy suggested that she finish him off together. He immediately apologized for poking her in an old sore spot and bringing back painful memories. The guy offered to end this sucker first, and then she'd settle her score with him. Jean Xin realized that her anger was completely justified because she was a girl. If he had said that to anyone else, she would have been angry too. The guy realized that as long as he continued to fight alongside the teacher, they wouldn't have any problems destroying the headmaster. Suddenly, he said he'd forgotten that the old principal had his own assistants. Unfortunately, his classmates are now in a bad mental state and can't fight against them. The guy yelled that they were a bunch of weak-willed jerks. They immediately fell into a depressed state of mind. However, despite his earlier words, the teacher fights incessantly with the principal. The guys started yelling that trash like them didn't deserve to live. To avoid burdening others, they should die. Chen replied that it couldn't be helped, we'd have to resort to that method to inspire the guys to fight. Showing them a pair of underpants, the guy yelled that they were teacher's underpants, the one who killed the most zombies would get them. Everyone cheered up sharply, they began to shout that their blood was beginning to boil in their veins, they would fight to the last drop. The girl didn't understand if the boys in his class were always so perverted. Chen added that whoever was more active would also get the officer's underwear. Watching what's going on, the guy says he can give himself over to the battle now. Watching the teacher skillfully straighten out the principal, the guy thought that finally, he needed to get 2,000 experience points to upgrade to level 6. He realized that the game was over, the guy had finished his work. Chen finally killed the boss of this wave. A voice said that the mission was complete. As a reward for the mission, he received 2,000 experience points. The level of the guys increased significantly. They could feel themselves becoming many times stronger. The boy exhaled, for he had almost resigned himself to the fact that they were all going to die out there. The penguin reappeared on the screen. He congratulated everyone on finishing the game. He said that compared to other instances of the groups, their survival rates were unbelievably high. But don't let them get cocky before their time, because this is just the beginning of the game. Headed in his direction, the guy yelled that he was going to kill him. The penguin replied that compared to them, he was a being of a higher dimension. So if they wanted to continue to exist, they should try to survive. The next mission will begin shortly thereafter. In the meantime, let them enjoy the time they can spend in safety. Please make every effort to please him. After all, he's an ordinary creature, not a demon. Where the hell is he going? Have him quickly spill what happened to his sister. Also, what does the outside world look like now? Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, Chen asked him not to be so impulsive. Right now, there was no point in confronting that guy. Grabbing him, the guy asks what purpose does he serve? Why does he know so much about that game? What's in store for them next? The guys thought really, how does the guy know so much about this game? Could he be plotting some kind of conspiracy? Wei Chen replied that this world is full of things that right now they wouldn't be able to understand. This game is no exception. The guy said that in fact, he had experienced a similar situation a long time ago. He told the guys that if it wasn't for him, they'd be one of those brainless zombies. And after all this is how they thanked their savior. The guy apologized, saying he was too impulsive. It's just his family's fault, he's very worried about his sister. He replied that he would be honest. Unfortunately, his family, his loved ones, and his friends were not as lucky as he was. Right now, they are most likely part of a huge herd of zombies. The guys couldn't believe what he was saying. One of them asked if the guy was taking a little too much on himself by saying such a thing so loudly. He told everyone that right now, the most important thing is to live. This game, though very dangerous, is full of countless opportunities. Maybe they can find a way to bring back and save others. If they don't believe him, the guy will definitely do his best to make sure all people live safely. Then he said he almost forgot. The classmate who killed the most zombies, make him come quickly. After the teacher attacked him, he immediately started saying he made a stupid mistake. Chin, watching what was happening, thought about how this guy was really a perverted jerk. The mission was completed, this area of the times became a safe zone. The guy thought that of course, as before, after the first mission was completed, this area would be converted into a safe zone. The person with the highest level in the safety zone will automatically be assigned as the safety zone manager. The girl asked what is a safe zone. Aren't they automatically safe when they complete a mission? He replied that they are not. Even today, most areas are danger zones. How many neighborhoods can become safe zones? The special feature of these zones is that dangerous critters cannot break into them. So it's a safe zone, giving people a chance to take a little breather. The guy said, what does that mean? As long as they are in school, can they live safely? The friend replied that it's not that simple. The school's resources are limited and they will have to go out to find supplies. Chen added that it wasn't just that. After a certain period of time, the barrier will collapse and won't be able to contain the monsters. They need to make enough fortifications for all the players to survive. However, let them be assured. Since the most beautiful, talented and simply the best of them became a safe zone manager, one of the guys said that even though he saved them all, he still wanted to hit him. The girl replied that although he was an idiot, in their current situation they had no choice but to obey his orders. The guy replied that fine. Then his first order of business would be for the girl to come to his room at night and give him pleasure. Chin Xin shouted that let him enjoy it first. The guy shouted non-stop that he was wrong. A few days later, the girl begged the little girl to run as fast as she could. She replied that she couldn't run anymore. When she reached the wall, she realized they were in a dead end. She hugged the little girl and shouted loudly for help. Chen said that no matter what difficulties they would face, the most important thing was not to be afraid. You have to face adversity with a smile on your face. The best way to get rid of fear is to confront it. The girl immediately told her mom that he looked like a fool. The girl asked him to ignore her daughter. She was very grateful to him for saving them. The guy replied that it wasn't much of a problem for him, it was nothing. He suggested that it would be better to take them to a safe place, to get away from there. The girl asked if he was joking. There were monsters everywhere, every corner crawling with them. Is there really anywhere safe? Chen told the girl to be sure, his place is very safe, big and cozy. Biting his hand, she yelled for him not to touch her. The guy cried out in pain, after which he started begging for her not to bite him. The girl asked her daughter Xiaoling to apologize as well. She said that the girl was just too scared, so she acted like that. The girl told her mom she thought the uncle was too weird. The boy asked what kind of uncle is he? He doesn't look old at all. The girl once again clarified that instead of the one he mentioned, is it really safe? Chen asked why don't they just go with him and see for themselves, since right now they weren't in the best position. He said this is a temporary safe zone. So far, it's pretty much just his classmates. They won't be attacked by zombies anytime soon, plus supplies are kind of plentiful too. Chin asked if he had returned and brought new survivors. The guy immediately introduced the officer, told her that she was in charge of security and defense of their safe zone. The girl said they don't mind living there. And as for this guy, even though he seems like a crazy idiot, at least you can count on him. Chen replied that they could follow him. The first thing they need to do is to set up a place to sleep so that they can rest properly. After putting her daughter to bed, the girl entered the room where Chen was. When she saw her, he said that she should also get a good rest. The girl thanked him, for without his help, she and her daughter would probably have become monsters like the ones that had almost killed them. The guy replied that he was actually unimaginably selfish. She added that although it was embarrassing to say so, she knew that they couldn't be there and live just like that. After undressing in front of the guy, she said they wouldn't live for free, so if he wanted to do something with her, he could start. However, even though her body was at his complete disposal, she asked him not to harm her daughter. Chen replied that apparently the girl didn't understand, he was only asking for help with household chores. She covered her face with her hands and said she was ashamed. She should have realized at once that such an old woman could not interest him at all. The guy immediately began to deny, they say that she looks very young, beautiful and seductive. The girl does not look like an old woman with children at all. As he approached the exit, he told the young lady that now, she should get a good night's rest. Looking in the mirror, the girl wondered if he really didn't think she was old. Nevertheless, the guy was very shy and embarrassed when she took off her outer clothes. Pounding the floor with his fist, the guy wondered why the hell he'd said no. He could have spent a blissful night with that unimaginable beauty. In the morning, he stood on an empty sports field. He needed to first spend 100 death points to redeem the blueprints of the primary bathing area. After a while, the construction of the primary bathhouse was completed. It can slightly restore the physical strength of the players. The girl wondered if this building was actually built right out of thin air, without any materials. Chen answered her that this is the game world, where everything impossible becomes possible. Besides, girls love cleanliness. Also, he spent a good amount of construction materials to build this thing. Doesn't the guy deserve at least some credit? Chin said that actually, she always thought the guy was usually a pervert. Even building this bathhouse can be explained by the fact that he just wants to peep at them. Pauline replied that he wasn't interested in peeking at her lathering up her body, which looked like a green refried bean. Pointing the gun at him, the girl asked him to repeat what he had said. He replied that he simply meant that he was going to eat heavily fried beans for lunch today. Xiaoling said that nevertheless, she had to admit that she had not taken water treatment for the past few days. The guy replied that she should not be shy and be the first to use it. The girl shouted that let him not dare touch her, let him not with mind think of her in that way, nor dare he think of her mother, he did not deserve her. The guy thought she was right, he's not only interested in her mommy, he'll get to her sooner or later. Running up to her mom, she started yelling that they should leave right now, that the man had a problem with his head. The guy replied that he was just having a little joke with her. The girl told her daughter he was just teasing her. Now, it's time to go to the bathhouse. While in the bathing room, the girls were enjoying how nice it felt. Looking at the teacher, the girl said that her figure was magnificent. Ouyang Shi replied to the girl that hers were no worse. Will she let her check how big they are? While in their part of the bathhouse, the boys noticed a hole in the wall. They began to argue among themselves about who would look in there first. Chen heard this and said who would have thought they had stooped to such a level to do such shameless things. He didn't recall teaching them such things. The guy said right now they're fixing that hole, so he'd never see guys doing anything like that. As soon as everyone left, the first thing Chen did was look into that very hole. Chin Xian began to say that the one who dared to look into it, he had the guts to not be afraid of losing his eggs. The girl shouted that she would let him take his punishment, then stuck her finger right in there. The boy cried out in pain, for he was worried that he was blind in one eye. The guy thought what a pity, this girl is just as fiery as she was in his previous life. What would he do in such a case if this hematoma made him blind in one eye? At some point, the soap began to fall from his hands. As soon as he was about to bend down to pick it up, all the guys were immediately at his side. He didn't understand why they were looking at him like that. A new round of endless challenge will soon begin for all surviving players. Players will be teleported to random spaces in order to complete the quest. As soon as he reached for his things, his body slowly began to disappear. He didn't even have time to put on his pants. The guy complained that this game never gives him a minute to prepare. After walking a little further, a girl and her daughter appeared in front of him. She immediately shouted at him not to look at them. The guy replied that okay, he wouldn't look. Let them wait a little while, he would find clothes for everyone right away. Lucky for him, he has a system that can solve that little problem. But everyone else in the bathhouse with him was not so lucky at all. The girl asked what had happened at all. She and her mother were in the bathhouse, and suddenly they were in such a strange, forgotten place. Chen said it's the rules of the game. The system teleports survivors to a random space in order to fulfill a specific quest. The girl replied that they were ordinary people, how could they survive in such a dangerous world? The guy replied that they should just be careful, besides, he would personally protect them. The girl yelled to her mom not to fall for this pervert's tricks. The guy thought it looked like he had the wrong idea about this girl from the start. She told her mom that she's got a tooth, this guy's a real perv. Suddenly, an arrow flew right next to him and hit a tree. The boy shouted that if there was someone there, he should come out quickly. Looks like some kind of Indian tribe. One of them said either the kid goes with them or they're gonna kill everybody. Chen is the one ordering him to follow him. What if the guy refuses and shoves that arrow up his ass? Turning to the savages, the lad said don't even think of attacking these girls. If a single hair fell from their heads, he would kill them all. Xiao Ling thought that this was quite unexpected. She didn't think that this guy could be so brave at all. It turned out that he could be relied on. The guy shouted that he'd thought about it for a while and decided he wouldn't bother them after all. If they wanted to take the girls, go ahead. The girl asked if he hadn't said that he wanted to protect them with all his might. Turning to them, the guy asked do they really want to see thousands of arrows being shot at him until his body resembles that of a hedgehog? They were grabbed and tied up. Turning to the boy, the girl asked if they were in danger. What if these savages killed them? The guy replied that they didn't need to worry about that. The game itself can't afford to lead the player straight down a path of doom. They just need to find a way to get through the level. The girl replied that he was a common coward. These savages do not seem to be very good people at first sight, and he let them capture them. As he approached the girl, he said she should be very careful. The savages had probably never seen such a young girl. Xiao Ling immediately complained to her mom that the guy was threatening her. The girl asked him not to tease her or she would punch him in the stomach again. When they reached the village, the boy first reported to the head of the village that they had returned and brought people with them. The man replied that it was good to start preparing for the ritual. Chen asked permission to ask, were they caught and brought there to perform some kind of ritual? The head said that this is the village of the worm god. For generations it has been protected by him, so they hold an annual sacrifice. Xiao Ling was scared because she thought they were going to give her away. The head ordered someone to tie up the victim and tie her to the worm god's dwelling place. She closed her eyes, because she thought the men were heading for her. Suddenly, when she turned around, she saw that they were tying up her mom. As soon as she ran to help her, she tripped and fell. The girl asked why her mom was chosen as the victim. Chen replied that it wasn't surprising. The girl is attractive and has a beautiful figure. Even if he was a worm god, he would choose her. She asked what they should do, they should find a way to save her mom as soon as possible. The guy replied that they would do it the old-fashioned way, wait for the right opportunity, and then just improvise. The girl asked her if she was bothering them. Would they still come up with a way to save her? Insert Head began to tell the great god of the worm that they were offering this humble sacrifice as a token of their gratitude to him. The boy shouted for the man to wait. People immediately started asking where did such a brave fool come from. The guy asked if they didn't think that sacrificing living people was a bit cruel. The head replied that becoming a victim of the worm god was a great honor for everyone. Before he could agree, the guy kicked him. He said, what does it mean that the lord head of the village will be the first to feel this great honor by sacrificing himself? Everyone was in a panic that the guy had just taken to kicking the village headman. The guy said that apparently the god worm is very pleased with the sacrifice in the form of the village headman. One of the villagers pointed a bow at him and said that the guy had killed the village headman, so he would die by his hand. Thanks to the arrow he released, Chen was able to free his hands. The boy thanked him for helping him untie himself. He told everyone to listen and let them all shoot arrows at him together. What was amazing to them was that the guy was able to free himself from the rope. All the arrows were aimed in his direction. They began to shoot from the bow, as suddenly, one arrow hit the rope on which the girl was hanging. It broke, and the girl began to fall into the abyss. Seeing her mom fall, the girl immediately jumped after her. Seeing this, the guy thought it was a bad thing, stupid girl. While jumping, she closed her eyes. She suddenly thought it was strange that she had jumped, so why hadn't she fallen yet? Chen asked, does she really think she's starring in some martial arts drama? If she falls, he will die. The girl asks why he saved her. She couldn't just stand by and watch her mom die. He asked if she thought he wanted to save her. He didn't expect a little thing like her to be so heavy. The girl started screaming at him to shut up, she's actually fluffy. As soon as he asked her not to move because she might fall, she took off. Her clothes ripped and she fell down. Looking around, the girl asked where she had gone. Rising to her feet, she wondered where her mom was, where was Wei Chen. Suddenly she heard the answer that he was there. He began to say that because she didn't listen to him and jerked around, he fell and crashed to his death. She started screaming that she didn't do it on purpose, let him forgive her please. The guy replied that if she called him favorite brother 3 times, he would turn a blind eye to the fact that he died because of her. Would forgive her if she did. After she shouted out, he said that he forgives her. The girl shouted those words so sincerely and affectionately, she really is a good little sister. The girl yelled out that he actually tricked her. Then she punched him hard in the stomach. The guy said how much it hurt. He said he was afraid, right now she's too nervous. Maybe he wants to liven things up somehow. The girl replied that this was not the time to revive the atmosphere for conversation. Had he seen her mother? The guy replied that while she was unconscious, he looked around, but never saw a trace of the girl. Crying, she asked if her mother had been eaten by that worm. The boy replied that at the bottom of the pit he found only the remains of the village head, her mother. The task of destroying the worm god appeared in front of him. He needed to save Xiao Wan. He realized that he had no choice but to make every effort to save her. At least as long as she's taken under reserve, she should be safe for a while. Since he has recently eaten, he won't come out of his hole, so the girl is safe there. She asked then what are they waiting for, if the time is right to run fast and save her mom. The guy replied that he was the only one who could save her. He only thought that this way he could be alone with the girl. He imagined what he would say when he met her. Hitting him over the head, the girl said she always knew he had lewd plans for her mom. He replied that she was small, and even if he took her with him, she would only be in his way. The girl replied that it would be good if she were an adult. Chen asked does she really want to become an adult that badly? That was something he could help her with. He told her that the pill contained golden gruel. If the girl ate it, she could become an adult in an instant. Nevertheless, he advises her to think again. If she misses puberty, there is a very good chance that she will turn into a board, and it will be too late to regret the choice. The girl decided to eat her after all. Watching her transformation, he asked who would have thought they would grow up too. Xiao Ling was surprised because she had really become an adult. As he looked at her, he thought that he didn't regret spending 100 points on the pill at all. She yelled for the guy not to look at her. He pretended to cover his eyes with his hands and kept repeating that he wasn't looking. The girl asked him if he should have a change of clothes. Please let him wear something. He said that if anything, he should give her something. The guy should pick out a special outfit for her. She didn't understand what a special costume meant. The order said that after the girl wore it, would be able to get the skill tree of the class whose clothes she got. For example, she can get a skill tree of warrior, archer, or assassin class. Since she wants to help him so much, the guy should choose the most suitable clothes for her. Lin asked what other classes are there. He replied that as long as she could visualize any class in her head, there would be no problem. She replied that then, she wanted to be a girl wizard. Seeing his reaction, she said he just almost laughed. Suddenly, the guy couldn't help himself and started laughing out loud. He asked her if she really wanted to be a girl wizard. She replied that she had always dreamed of being a girl wizard. Chen replied that it was no problem at all. He said if she sang that she wanted to turn into a girl wizard, she could do it. Suddenly, something started to happen. So even if a man says a motto, he can turn. Let him just say it doesn't suit him. The girl replied that if she kept looking at him in that outfit, her eyes would water. Tell him to give her the wand quickly. As soon as she took it away, she repeated that she wanted to turn into a girl wizard. As he watched, he thought about the fact that it was common for clothes to disappear during a transformation. So even during the transformation, her clothes should be gone for a while. She was happy that her clothes were very nice. The boy asked, but isn't a girl of 18 years old too old for such a costume? Lin replied that she was actually only 6 years old. Still, why doesn't she feel like she's mastered any magic at all? He said that's the way it should be. The girl should learn magic slowly, learning various spells and such. She should be able to do at least one simple spell. The girl shouted the word stealth. Suddenly the guy started asking where she ran off to. Why did she disappear? She asked if he really couldn't see her. The guy yelled that he'd stop playing around and let her come out. It was time for them to go look for her mother. Lin thought that finally, she had been holding herself back for half a day and now there was an opportunity to do it. When the girl opened her eyes, she saw him in front of her. The guy said that she must be a refined and well-mannered lady if she dared to do it right in front of him. The girl asked shouldn't he not see her. Chen replied that he was just teasing her. Looking at her, the boy said that he had not expected that he would be able to deceive her so easily. The girl was frightened, because now no one would marry her. The boy asked her to be quiet for a while, for he heard some strange sounds. The boy asked her to be quiet for a while, for he heard some strange noises. She asked why there were so many insects around them in an instant. It was quite disgusting to the girl. He replied that they are moisture-loving insects, they are very sensitive to odors coming from around the areas they inhabit. She screamed that it was all his fault, that he caused the problem. If he hadn't pretended not to see her from the start, they wouldn't have been interested in her. Lin was screaming that those insects wanted to eat her. Would she really end her life that way? He asked her to calm down, because he had found a way to solve their problem. The girl replied that she relied on him. The guy started to undo his belt. Covering her eyes with her hands, the girl asked why he took off his pants. He replied that of course to take advantage of the diuretics effect. The guy shouted the departure of the water dragon projectile technique. The moisture-loving insects changed their target. Looking at him, the girl asked if he was okay. There wasn't a drop left, it was all drained out of him. The guy replied that he was fine, just a little kidney pain. The girl suggested taking advantage of the fact that those disgusting insects were distracted and they could get away from the place. Chen said that in any case, they would sooner or later bend over, since the diuretic contained substances that created me out of myself after the urine was formed. The girl said that despite everything, how would they find her mother's location? He replied that he would have to use his little tool to do it. She asked where he got all those weird gadgets. And the guy doesn't have a backpack, where does he keep them all? Chen replied that men don't give away their secrets. In fact, he said that enough talk. If she has something that belonged to her mother, let her give him a sniff. She replied that if he wanted her mother's thing, she had the only thing she had. She said that if he wanted her mother's thing, there was only one thing she had. The guy asked does she really carry around her mom's stockings? Is the girl a perverted child? She replied that she didn't want him to call her that. Lin said it was that time she was just playing. The girl just happened to stumble upon it. She wondered what it was and put it in her pocket. He replied that let him forget it, anyway, he'd have to smell the thing first. She started screaming at him not to dare put it on his head. The boy was glad that it was indeed her mother's mature body odor. Compounding his magic ball of light, the girl said that means this thing has instructions. He told her that meant she could now quickly learn some useful magic spells that might come in handy in the future. The guy told her that he could get almost anything, including food, but he won't do it. In case she hadn't noticed, they are in a game, and he wants to survive it. Seeing something behind his back, the girl asked what it was. The guy replied that it was a red-eyed bat. Her magical ball of light is sure to annoy them, so she has to hide. He in turn will deal with those guys. He realized that the number of those red-eyed bats was too large. The guy would have to figure out a way other than cutting them down single-handed. She yelled for him to immediately jump his head quickly. After which she decided to use the magic flame. Chen began to say that he had forgotten that these red-eyed bats were afraid of flames more than anything else in their lives. He told the girl that he was looking at her with different eyes. She thanked him for his praise, but thought it best not to tell him that she had accidentally burned some of his hair. The girl said that although these bats were very creepy, after she burned them, they gave off a very pleasant odor. She was tempted to eat them and found it hard to restrain herself. The guy started yelling that you can't eat them, red-eyed bats have a lot of germs. Only those who are mentally retarded would want to eat it. He started saying he'd be honest, if anything. The guy found a delicious, nutritious meal. It tastes like chicken, and it's also very crispy. Lin replied that even if she starved to death, she wasn't going to eat that disgusting thing. The guy said he would be the only one to enjoy this unrivaled delicacy. As she looked at the food, she drooled. He said that if the girl called him her favorite big brother, he wouldn't mind giving her some food. The girl shouted what he wanted to hear. Calling her a smart girl, the guy said she could eat now. She said it was really delicious and asked what kind of insects were they. Chen replied that they were the larvae of bone-penetrating flying insects. Lin began to say that if there are so many larvae of these dangerous insects, doesn't it mean that they heard a sound? The guy said these guys look like they're a little unhappy about something. The girl yelled that they weren't. They ate their larvae, of course the insects would be pissed. Grabbing the girl's arm, he shouted that it was time to get out of there. The shell of those guys is unusually hard, and none of his weapons or her magical flames can do any damage to them. The girl replied that he reports such things too late. Suddenly, she tripped and fell. Lin shouted that she should let the boy run away and forget about her. He must run away and be sure to save her mother. Chen replied that let her be sure he wouldn't let her down. She tried to stop the insects. Said she'd die, but wouldn't let her then boyfriend. Then she said goodbye to her mother in her mind. Suddenly, she heard a scream to make the flying insects look forward. It was Chen, who was covered in a strange substance. The girl didn't understand what the hell that guy was doing. He realized that he had accumulated so many points that they should be enough for rebirth. After the insect attack, the guy was left with only a skeleton. The girl ran up to him and hugged him, saying that he had sacrificed himself to save her. And she treated him badly and insulted him in every possible way until the very end. The girl never had time to say much to him. Placing a hand on her shoulder he said it was okay, the guy didn't mind her being gentle and affectionate with him in the future. Turning around, she asked if he was dead. The guy replied that good people don't live long, but villains live for several millennia. Overjoyed, she ran up and hugged Chen. He told her not to be so emotional, the guy was there and alive. He had just taken special measures and put on oil. Looking at him, Lin asked, but why didn't he die? The guy replied that if a normal person dies, he dies, but if he dies, he doesn't die. She admitted that she didn't understand. He started shouting in the sand sculpture system that he was her young master, the guy was reborn, so he was due a reward. The voice said that the system had generated a reward, let the master accept it. He shouted that he deserved to be the protagonist, so let the system give him some unimaginably superior item. Looking up he said let her wait, she seemed to have gotten it all wrong. The guy started asking the system if he didn't get the joke. His nuts were almost gone. Why be so cruel? Looking at the sword, he thought it was a pretty good reward. Now the rewards were starting to look more like a death system. Suddenly, the girl yelled for him to look up. She said it looked like the boss. As it turned out, it was the king of flying insects. The boy shouted that it seemed like a good time to test his great killer. Suddenly, the guy realized that he couldn't pull the sword out of its sheath. Lin shouted that he had already recently treated it almost like a treasure. The girl asked him to do his best. Let him use whatever methods he can, but he has to get him out. He said there was nothing to be done, the sword was too tight in the scabbard. He was afraid that if the boy pulled it too hard, who knew if he'd break it. Suddenly, he still managed to pull it out. At that time, the king of flying insects had already attacked. He yelled that he was gonna let the insect look at him. That's a move the guy called the crow flying the airplane. Let this big ugly insect now prepare to die, after which he stabbed the body with his sword. It began to dart from side to side, hitting the cave wall. Chen said that he had made their lives very difficult, so if he let them play with him for a while, he would forgive him. If she wants to join him, go ahead. Riding this thing is like riding a roller coaster. The girl told him to stop fooling around. He replied that let the girl be sure, this dragonfly is already dead. Suddenly, he hit his head. The guy said it looks like she's still moving. Guess he didn't kill her after all. He realized that being in the air, he had no way to dodge his attacks. The girl came to the rescue, using her magic flame. Lin asked if he was okay. The guy told her it was a good job. When they save her mom, he'll reward her with a lollipop on a stick. In front of the big ugly insect, the guy asked if those were her babies, right? He said they tasted pretty good. Seeing this, the insect started attacking the guy. He thought it was about time. He could finally use the knife the zombie butcher had given him. After a few more attacks, the guy had already succeeded in cutting the insect in half. For killing this insect, he gained 3,000 experience points and reached level 7. A flying blade appeared in front of him. His ability to swing his sword in such a way as to perform long-range attacks. The guy started saying that this sword is a sword worthy of being called a sword. It really does have killer powers. The girl asked him if he always did such reckless things. The guy asked her not to take offense. Thanked her for saving him. Now to hug his favorite little brother. She said his whole body was covered in some sticky stuff. She didn't want to hug him, and now she didn't want to hug him at all. Chen replied that it didn't make any difference. The insect's internal fluid did not pose any harm to the human body. Standing in front of the girl completely naked, he said that now she could not be afraid of that liquid and hug him. Hitting him, she started yelling at him to go and put some clothes on. Don't let him stand in front of her with his dangling thing. When she opened her eyes, she wondered if she was dead. The question flashed through her mind, where was she? When she looked around, she saw that there were skeletons of some creatures. The girl thought she was tangled up in some sticky stuff. Had she been brought there to serve as food for the larvae when they reached maturity? Suddenly, a huge spider appeared before her eyes. All the spiders began to hatch and gradually crawl over the girl's body. She screamed that she shouldn't do that. The girl started calling for help. Throwing the tin can at the spider, the boy asked that didn't he think it would be a great waste to feed this beauty to anyone. Turning to the girl, he apologized for being a little late. The guy's there to save her. The spider started attacking with her web, calling him a slanted asshole. The guy asked doesn't he think he shouldn't shoot. He was unstoppable, firing his web and over again, but the guy managed to dodge. After reaching the girl, he asked her to calm down. Right now the guy will release and rescue her. Suddenly, Xiaowan shouted at him to be careful. Behind his back is a huge spider. Turning around, the guy shouted that the hole warned him not to use so much of his web. So how did it feel to him to be overused? The guy started trying to free her, but he was having trouble getting the thing untied. At one point, he asked his sister to close her eyes. She told him not to panic, that the guy knew what he was doing. Shouting that spring wind gives birth to spring rain, with a few sword movements he was still able to free the girl. As soon as he turned towards the girl, he was quite surprised. She immediately asked him not to look at her while the girl was like that. They realized it was bad. The spider saw them killing his children, so he might as well mutate. Just as suddenly, the guy yelled to the girl that it's her way out now, it's time to kill him quickly. She replied that summoning the magic flame takes quite a long time. All of a sudden, the guy sees that things are bad. Falling down, the girl asked him for help. He yelled for her not to be afraid, the guy could catch her. Upon catching the girl, she immediately started asking if he was okay. Xiao Wan saw the girl and asked if it was her daughter. The girl couldn't believe that her mother really recognized her. Hugging her, the girl replied that of course she recognized her, she was her daughter after all. Chen added that she recognized her because she was her mother. All mothers know their children's secrets, like the fact that she has 3 moles on her chest. Lin asked with bewilderment in his voice how he knew that. The guy smiled wryly. He replied that, as a Dutch scientist had said, there were no secrets about her body. He knows everything. She asked what about that big spider? It seems like it's going to escape. The guy told her not to worry. He was very badly injured in this battle, so he can't fight at the moment. Before he could say anything, he fell straight onto the girl's chest. She asked what the guy was doing. The girl's mom said it looked like he'd fallen asleep. Lin said that even though he had been acting too lightheaded, he hadn't rested once all the way there. The girl added that she knew the 2 of them would surely come to rescue her. The girl added that she knew the 2 of them would definitely come to save her. The girl replied that, in fact, he couldn't be relied on at all. He had done nothing but bully her all the time. She added that, however, something still troubled her. Her mother had no thoughts at all about how she could grow up so suddenly. She didn't even ask her permission. The girl asked her mother not to touch her there, she felt very strange. When she got outside, she thought it was necessary to take revenge. When the villagers saw her, they thought she was the god of insects. They were happy that the insect god had decided to show himself. Killed them, left them skeletons. She kept saying she had to regain her strength. She needs to build up a lot of energy to tear that damn man to shreds. Opening his eyes, the guy realized that he had no air left at all, he was about to suffocate. When he woke up, he realized that he was about to die, but it was okay, because the girl's breasts helped him. The girl apologized, saying that they seemed to have torn him from a wonderful dream. The guy said he accidentally fell asleep. And to make a long story short, it's time for them to leave the place. The girl said that since the hole was so high, how could they get out of there? Chen showed the stone and replied that it was the reward he received by completing the rescue mission. If they use this item, they can get out of there with no problem. It was a fire stone. Once used, you can instantly move a living body to a nearby focal point, the recovery time is 24 hours. The guy asked the girls to put their hands on his shoulder, they should get out of there as soon as possible. He rejoiced, for the teleportation had been successful. As it turned out, only their bodies were teleported, but not their clothes. The girl asked where did they go. Her daughter replied that they had gone back to the aboriginal village. After returning her clothes, the girl complained about how unaccustomed she was to being in an adult body. She still needs to get used to it as soon as we do. Chen said that it was strange, weren't the people of this settlement supposed to guard the entrance to the insect god cave? He wondered where all the people had gone. The girl told the boys to look away. The boy was surprised, it was smoke coming from the village of those natives. It looked like something bad had happened there. As I looked at everything that was happening, thoughts immediately popped into my head. The girls didn't understand what had happened there. Why did all the people in that village die? Walking up to one of the corpses and examining it, the guy replied that their bodies were desiccated because all the blood had been sucked out of them. Suddenly, a bright blast of light flew towards the guy. He managed to react in time. When she appeared, she said that she hadn't expected them to come to her. The girl was about to go to them herself. Do they really want to die at her hands that badly? That's fine, she can do it for them. The guy asked who she was. She said she's the Spider Queen, the cave of the insect god belongs to her. He killed her generation and took her cave for himself. Lin said she didn't burn her alive. Okay, it's not dead. But why is it in such good condition, like it's brand new? The queen replied that because of the blood of those idiots she was able to regenerate and mutate, now her body was human-like. Grateful to them, for their blood gave her strength at least 10 times more powerful than before. The guy immediately attacked her. She asked him if he was really going to sneak attack her. Chen replied that he didn't do that, which meant that she villainous, needed to talk less. The queen replied that the guy was too naive. Despite the fact that her body has become human because of the mutation, she has extremely powerful regeneration abilities. In other words, no matter how much he chopped, it wouldn't hurt her one bit. He killed her generation and took possession of her cave, and she screamed that she would not spare him. Turning to the girls, he shouted to the two of them to get out of there faster. As soon as the girls managed to escape, he and the queen were covered by a huge dome of spider webs. Looking up, the guy thought that he hadn't at all expected her power to become so powerful. He yelled and asked how much blood the hell did she suck out of those redneck bodies. She started yelling that cows eat grass, people eat cows, demons eat people. That was God's plan, heaven itself. He's not supposed to remember how many buns he ate. Pensive, he shouted that the answer depended on what kind of buns she had in mind. Looking at him, the queen asked if the guy wanted to taste her breasts. The guy replied that she was a human-like monster, so her charms didn't interest him. Attacking, she shouted that the guy must be looking for death. He replied that her moves were child's play. If she can heal 100 times, he will cut her 100 times. In other words, the guy will kill her until she reaches her limit. The guy hopes she's glad, because he's willing to spend a lot of his time on her. They'll be doing this all day, the queen asked. Really? Chen said strangely. For some reason his body suddenly felt very hot, some helplessness appeared and he felt stuffy. She replied that it's because the entire area around them is filled with vapor that comes from the barrier's web. It even eats away at bones. She let him defeat herself to lure the guy into this vapor cloud. Not even the great wars can resist him. After tying him up with her web, the guy started screaming, "Why is she spreading her legs for him?" If the queen was going to humiliate him in any way, she'd better kill him right away. When she approached him, she told him that he was about to pay for killing her children. He thought that fortunately, before he died, there should be enough death points in his account for him to be resurrected several times. The boy was surprised. He asked why she didn't kill him. And for what purpose did the queen tear off all his clothes? She replied that the guy had killed all her kids, thanks to the vapor that the spider barrier releases. He would be horny for the rest of his life. So let him be happy, because he'll die in pleasure. She, like a mother who lost her children, wants him to make her new ones. The guy started yelling that he'd rather just let her kill him, he wouldn't be able to bear such humiliation. Lin shouted that they couldn't leave his brother in that place. The spider became very strong there, so he wouldn't be able to stand against it for long. The girl told her daughter not to be so impulsive. She asked, but what should they do in such a case? Suddenly, an idea popped into her head, for all spiders must be afraid of fire. As she used her magic flame, she realized that nothing had changed. It didn't really work, it didn't hurt the web barrier in any way. What are they going to do now? Brother is fighting the spider alone right now, and there's no way they can help him. The girl tried to reassure her daughter, saying not to worry so much, the guy is so strong, so nothing will definitely happen to him. Suddenly, the girl asked her mom what those sounds were. She told her that there were some things she was too young to know about. Tearing the dome in half, the queen climbed out. She said it was really exciting, a day she would never forget. The girl immediately asked what she did with that guy. Showing it, the queen asked if she meant that guy, said she'd had enough of him. Now they could take what was left of him. They were terrified and didn't understand how this could have happened. Slowly the boy's body began to disappear. The queen told the girl not to worry, she would gladly continue his lineage. As for the two of them, let them be good girls and let her eat them. Attempting to rescue her daughter, the girl was immediately tied up. Lin started yelling that she'd rather let him eat her and spare her mom. The queen pronounced what a deep love the daughter had for her mother. Don't let her worry. She'll eat them both. They will both be the first nutrients for her future child. Suddenly, Chen's body began to recover. The queen asked what's going on. It's that guy's body, isn't it? For his rebirth, he was rewarded with a diamond body made of pure energy. The girls didn't understand what it was. Turning to the queen, and calling her an old and stale yogurt, the fellow said that her opponent was him. They would now proceed with their great duel. Striking a blow, she wondered if he was only pretending to be dead. The boy wondered if that was all she was capable of. Her attacks right now were nothing compared to how she had tortured and tormented him before. After tying the guy up, she said she'd let him experience heavenly bliss one more time then, and afterward he'd turn into dry sludge. Smiling, the guy replied that if it didn't work out, then let her not regret her decision. The girl asked if this guy had just been resurrected. The daughter replied that not so long ago there was exactly the same situation. The queen said she would see how long he could last compared to the last time, it would be something with something. After an hour she started screaming how this was possible, it just couldn't be. The queen begged for mercy and begged him to stop. Once outside, she repeated that she couldn't take it anymore. The guy replied that he was still strong. At some point, the barrier broke through and Chen stepped outside. He praised himself for making that spider woman enjoy herself several times in a row. It turned out that the game mission had been successfully completed. The voice said that the players would soon be transported back to their homeworld. The girl started asking if he was okay. And what happened to that spider girl? The guy replied that it didn't matter, she just had a pain in her legs, the important thing was that he killed her. Hugging both girls, he said that they could now safely go home. Before they disappeared, the spider managed to release its needle, which pierced the girl's body. The voice congratulated all players for successfully surviving the game mission. The next game task will start in 7 days. Chin said it was strange, why did everyone come back at the same time? The guy said that no matter how much time they spent on the mission, for the real world, it was just a moment. One of the guys shouted that his brother had brought a new girl with him, she was like a goddess descended from heaven. Hiding behind her mom, the girl she is not afraid of them like that. They don't show any aggression towards her at all. The guy said that he didn't want to go into details at all as to why she was in such a state, but this girl is Xiao Wan's daughter. They couldn't believe that she was really that creepy unpleasant little girl. Suddenly, Chin appeared behind her and started touching her breasts. She said that her little hollows had really turned into Everest. Chin shouted that to celebrate that everyone survived, he was bidding adieu, tonight they would throw a party. The girl said she thought it would be 6 sixes. The guy replied that he would follow her example and bet 6 sixes too. Raising the glass, she said she had 5 sixes out of 6. She wouldn't be surprised if he didn't have any. The guy replied that he didn't expect it, just let her look at his post. I think she lost. He said the rules are the rules. If she doesn't commit to them, why play at all? Does she want to refuse to pay the debt and not accept the punishment? The girl replied that she was not at all reluctant to fulfill the punishment. Let her do it quickly. He asked the girl not to move or the drawing would be crooked. Then he shouted that he was worthy of the title of best artist. Looking at the drawing, she asked how dare he draw something like that on her. It's such a shame, isn't it? I was watching a little girl drink milk. They wondered if they should go over and try to talk to her. Calling them lustful assholes, the teacher told them to keep their dirty thoughts away from this innocent girl. After bowing, they immediately apologized to the teacher. The girl's mother appeared behind her and thanked her as well. She asked how about having a drink together. The woman replied that she was not very good at drinking. After calming her down, the girl said she would teach her how to do it properly. Chin said that she could have another drink. The guy asked the girl if she was kidding. She's already wasted. Lying on the bed, she said she wasn't drunk yet. The guy decided to film it all, the state she was in. And tomorrow he could show it to her. Grabbing his arm, the girl plopped him on the bed. She asked if he wanted to play a very interesting game. It's called Searching a Criminal by an Officer. Chin started to undo his belt. The guy replied that he could not do something like that while the girl was in a state of affect. If he does, there is no denying that he is an animal. But on the other hand, if it refuses, it would be considered many times worse than an animal, wouldn't it? As soon as she handcuffed him to the bed, he asked what kind of game was this. The girl said it was just a search. Swinging her belt, she replied that she had changed the concept of the game to torture. The next day the boys stood outside and didn't understand why they had been called out so early. They looked at the guy's face and said that it looked like yesterday's battle had been very intense. The guy replied that they were done talking nonsense. He said that a new game assignment was about to begin, so everyone should leave the safe zone for practice. Closing her eyes, the girl asked not to be asked about it, she didn't know anything anyway. The teacher asked what she did last night. The girls wondered if it was dangerous to leave the safe zone. Did they, too, have to go? Chen replied that the enemies would not spare them just because they were girls. He did say all of them, without exception. If they can't handle the regular dead people outside, they certainly won't survive the next game mission. Now have them bring good pieces of gear and divide into groups of 4. Van asked why take her if she was dragging everyone to the bottom. He replied that usually the task is performed by a group, in such tasks fighting alone would be ineffective. He has a combat suit suitable for her. As she could see, her daughter had a new costume and with it, combat abilities. She would receive the exact same gift. Looking at her, the guys said it was too tempting. He seems to really understand what they want. The girl asked why she was feeling very strange. As it turned out, it was a nurse's costume. The boy rejoiced, for thus now he had a teacher, a policewoman, a nurse, and a girl wizard. They all came together. The girls immediately began to resent him for fantasizing about something strange. He always has only the most perverted thoughts in his head. Outside the safe zone. Shooting one of the monsters, the girls said right in the pumpkin. She got 100 experience points for that. Suddenly, another zombie crept up from behind and grabbed her arm. The teacher was just in time to save her. And right after that, a nurse came over and said she'd fix her right away. Watching what was going on, the guy thought that even though right now they were a little weak, they were doing well as a team. They should definitely be able to handle some dangers alone by now. Suddenly, he noticed something strange off to the side. As it turned out, it was an elite monster. The species of such zombies had been transformed by people who did not want to stay in a safe zone. The girls shouted that let Chin attack first. She replied that from this distance, she would definitely hit the target. The girl realized that this zombie's body structure was arranged so that it could easily dodge her bullets. Teacher Ouyang was just in time as always. After kicking the zombie with his foot, he flew off to the side. The girl immediately began to thank the teacher. She said that Ouyang had become more proficient in dealing with zombies in close combat. She replied that honestly, if it was possible, she didn't want to turn on half-zombie mode. The girl was glad she didn't have to resort to that this time. Suddenly, a monster's head appeared from the rubble. It almost attacked Sister Wan. Wei Chin appeared just in time and cut the monster's head in half. As he approached the girl, he asked if she was all right. She said she was fine. Chin added that luckily for them, the guy showed up in time and was able to save her. If it hadn't been for him, things would have ended badly. He started saying he'd give them all some advice. If they are on a team, it is very important to protect the weaker players. How could they let the enemy get so close to her? The girl was surprised that she was a nurse to begin with. She hadn't done anything wrong. The guy replied that a nurse is kind of like an auxiliary member of the team. Her healing abilities make her a team mainstay. Chin replied that she didn't do it on purpose. The girl asked how he got that stamp. It doesn't come off at all. The guy said he had tons of them. And the one he put on her beautiful forehead wasn't the only stamp on her body. He understood that by law, elite team members get elite equipment, so a teacher is given. She said she was starting to feel different, like she wasn't a teacher at the university anymore. Looks like she went down another crooked path. Suddenly, they heard someone tell the guys they got some pretty cool gear. But still, giving out such good gear to them, ordinary newbies, is the biggest waste. Changed his mind about the fact that he's under the impression that these guys are members of the Light of Destiny organization. In his past life, they were all bastards. She asked who the hell are they? And why the hell should they give them their booty? The girl replied that they were members of the safe zone of the Light of Destiny. Since they had already saved endless objects, the guys should support them unconditionally. Chen replied that in his opinion, their team also sounded like doomsayers. Could it be that they are homeless and just want to beg for food? One of the girls replied that she thought she'd let them live if they'd just give them their gear. But since they didn't appreciate kindness, don't blame them for their abuse. The next task is about to begin. The contestants will be divided into 2 teams of 4. When one team is completely annihilated, the other will win. She said they'd probably have to kill them all anyway. It's gonna be a pretty quick battle. Van asked if the assignment could start right now. The boy replied that it was probably time to check what they had learned. Xiao Wan said that there seems to be a library there. Did she teleport there alone? The man said he must have gotten a pretty weak opponent. It had been a long time since he'd faced such sweet prey. The teacher saw the girl and asked her if she was her opponent. The girl was equally surprised that her opponent was indeed a woman. She'd like to fight that guy with the sword, but apparently someone else got it. So she's gonna have to tear her to shreds first. Turns out she's no pushover either and can fight well. That's great, otherwise this battle would be too boring. Grabbing her, the teacher said she would regret becoming her enemy. Chin had no way of knowing why she had teleported into the sky. Falling to the ground, the girl didn't understand why she landed so softly. The guy yelled that she wasn't hurt, but he was. She asked why he was underneath her. Who would have thought they'd be teleported straight up into the air? Good thing she landed on top of him or she would have died. Watching them, the girl said that the two of them are on good terms. Chin asked how could she be on good terms with this jerk. When he got close to the girl, the guy said that she was right, they were not in a relationship. He told his older sister that he was more attracted to her than to the girl's body. Calling him a jerk, the girl asked who would flirt in such an environment. After all, they were enemies with her now. The guy had everything planned out. He drew his sword and was about to strike when he suddenly realized he couldn't move at all. Chin yelled that if he couldn't deal with her, then let him leave it to her. He asked the girl to wait and not to shoot. The girl replied that if he couldn't kill her himself, then at least let him stay out of the way. The guy replied that it wasn't him. Chin completely lost the ability to control his body. The girl told me that in her last mission she got the eye charm ability. A person who looks into her eyes while the ability is active will be under her control. Now, have her servant go and cut off that girl's head for her. She was horrified. Did he really want to do that? The guy yelled to her to run. He can't control his body, but he's still conscious. The girl stumbled and fell. She turned toward the boy and saw that he was swinging his sword. The opposing party screamed that it was right to take it and stab her. The guy fought back as hard as he could. The girl said that what she likes best is the look on his face when he resists her charms and doesn't want to kill his partner. He managed to resist her charms after all. The boy swung his sword around and stabbed himself with it. Turning to the eye charmer, the guy said she shouldn't underestimate his willpower. Chin immediately ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The girl said that as long as her eyes were open and they were looking at his body, she could continue to control him. At best, he would last a few more minutes until he lost his mind. Chen replied that since she was controlling him with her eyes, the girl looked at him with surprise. She asked him he wasn't going to, was he? The guy yelled that he had to tear out his eyes to clear his mind. Calling him a bastard, she said all he had to do was be an obedient dog and submit to her beauty charms. Her eye charm technique would never fail. He replied that it was her weak point. Now the girl's charms are useless against him. Having lost his eyes, the boy will no longer be subject to her powers of hypnotism. Chin told him that he was pointing in the wrong direction. The boy replied that it couldn't be helped, he couldn't see anything at all right now. The girl was screaming that he was crazy. What sane person in their right mind would tear out their own eyes? She knew she had to leave. The guy replied that by saying those words, she had exposed her location. As she fell to the floor, she said she didn't expect to die at the hands of a man. Like he said he never thought plucking out his eyes would hurt so much. Chin asked if he was sure it was worth losing his eyes to kill this woman. He replied that he had no choice. And to save her, the loss of an eye is the smallest price to pay. She replied that the boy should be sure that the girl would take care of him in the future. He replied that let her not worry about his condition. After all, if the player returned alive after each mission, his physical injuries would be healed to a better state. She immediately began to push him away. He shouted that she would call him back to feel the warmth of her body, bring him back into her arms. At some point, the bullet hit the guy right in the head. As it turned out, it was a homing bullet. The farther the target is from the shooter, the more preparation time is required. The man said that at this distance it only takes about 30 seconds to prepare a homing bullet. Now he's going to shoot that girl. Suddenly, she thought she even had you. According to the trajectory of the shot at the guy, the sniper must be nearby, she needs to hide in a safe place. As soon as the girl exhaled, a bullet appeared in front of her eyes. It was aimed exactly in the girl's direction. A guy appeared out of nowhere, who managed to save her just in time. He thought about the fact that every time he revived, the price for reviving increased. He should die less to save more points. The man didn't understand how that was possible. He just shot that guy. The girl was glad that he had risen again. He grabbed her hand and said that they didn't have time to talk. Now is not the time to rejoice, the sniper's location is unknown, so if he's careless, his few spare lives will not be enough and he will finally die. The girl didn't understand why two shots were coming from two completely different directions. Could there really be two snipers? As it turns out there aren't two of them, but he's an unusual sniper. He must definitely have some ability to control the direction of bullets so he can hide his location. The girl replied that in that case, maybe until the sniper himself showed up, they should keep quiet in a safe place. The guy replied that it's fine, let him relax. They will just be very careful walking right in the open. That's the way he's bound to poke his head out someday. The man thought about letting them run wherever they wanted, he didn't care. The targeting system determines the range of the entire area they are in. The two of them would definitely not be able to escape their deaths. Watching them through the scope, he didn't understand why they weren't hiding. Couldn't run or something. Suddenly, he spotted a tanker of motor fuel. The man didn't understand where they got so much courage from. The girl asked the guy if he was sure he would take the bait. The man admitted to himself that he really likes to gamble, so he accepts their challenge. When fired, the bullet hit the tanker directly and it exploded. The man said he hoped there was something left of their bodies after that fancy explosion. After all, he was going to take their heads as spoils of war. Guys ripped off one arm. He said it's okay, after they finish this mission, it will recover. More importantly, he and she were now in the smoke and out of sight, but the guy had figured out the sniper's location. The girl said, so what? He said they were in the smoke, so not only could he not see them, but they couldn't see anything either. Chen said she was wrong. It's not such a big problem. Let her lend him her gun. Now, she needs to lie down on the ground and lift her hips up. Grabbing him, the girl shouted that even in such a situation the guy starts to give out his stupid and lewd jokes. He said he wasn't kidding. The first thing the guy wanted to do was shoot the enemy, and then maybe he would satisfy his lust. The girl kneeled down and asked him if that would do. He said yes, let her stand like that until he called her off. He warned her to get ready, he would shoot soon. He would now experience the new abilities the system had given him after his rebirth. This legendary ability can be used to significantly improve vision and visual perception in a short amount of time. Chen saw the opponent, he told the girl to stop shaking her weapon and not to worry. He realized there was nothing he could do, he'd have to adjust it manually. The man might have, he ruptured the fuel tank, they should be dead. The boy asked him not to blink. His death would be sweet, for at the moment of the shot he would see probably the most beautiful scenery of his whole life. The man said the girl's underwear was purple and he preferred white. Those were his last words before he died. The guy replied that no matter what color they are, it's still beautiful. And they're also purple, not violet, so let them rest in peace. Pointing the gun at him, the girl asked how the guy knew what color her panties were. So he had seen them too. He replied that he hadn't seen it there already. The guy even memorized every pattern. Chen suggested to stop discussing it and return to reality. The teacher kept fighting with that girl. She said the girl had good physical fitness, but it seems like that's all she's got. It's time to end this battle. Ouyang realized that she had to use her main trump card. She needed to launch the half-zombie mode as soon as possible. Only then would she be able to fight her as an equal. But how could she get angry? The girl realized that she needed to remember something to make her angry. She remembered this picture when the guy told her she was a MILF, but even so she didn't have a man. This was exactly it. The girl didn't understand why she closed her eyes. Was she resigned to death? She didn't understand how the girl had gotten so fast. She couldn't keep up with her, couldn't even protect herself from her slashing blows. Her last attack was setting her on fire. She screamed about being insanely hot and then burned to death. The guy said the weakness of those with laughter, fire. That was pretty good work. It's just a shame a fur like that just went up in flames. The words busty and brainless kept running through her head. She turned to the guy and shouted that she was going to kill him. He asked why, because he hadn't even had time to do anything. The man asked the girl if she wanted him to cut her vertically, or horizontally. He said how stupid he was. No matter how you slice it, if a man cuts it vertically or horizontally, it's still beautiful. The girl replied that she didn't even think about it. As it turned out, she knew how to wield a spider's web. She said he was just a pathetic man who overestimated his powers. The girl said that's where they would end up. She thanked the bug, because thanks to him she was able to try out this female body in battle. The man answered, what kind of woman? So she's been pretending like she can't do anything from the beginning? He'll turn her body into a meat mush. The girl replied that apparently he didn't understand at all who was the hunter and who was the prey. Tying it entirely with a web, said she likes to feed on vigorous prey because they are always contentedly fresh. She decided to eat him. Then she said it was useless after tasting the flesh and blood of the man with the sword. The other victims no longer allow her to enjoy her food to the fullest, even this guy is unpalatable. Suddenly, the girl realized that that woman's mind was trying to exorcise her. She seems to want to take over that body completely. Perhaps, after a while, she might even succeed. Chin asked if the guy was okay. So even while doing a mission in the new game world, it's possible to catch a cold. The boy replied that he didn't have a cold, he just thought something was strange. He said that they had forgotten, the most important thing now was to hurry up and find Van. A voice congratulated their team on their victory. After exiting this mission, players will return to the original world and receive their reward. The report of exiting the game world has begun. They realized the game was over, but they still hadn't found the girl. She doesn't have that kind of fighting power, she's a nurse, an auxiliary member of the team. That's why she couldn't defeat the enemy alone. Once inside the safe zone, even though there were already 2 girls sitting on him, he was glad to have his hand back. He started kissing his beautiful favorite lefty. He said that without her the nights would be so boring, how could he live without her? Placing his hand on the girl's chest, said feeling the touch came back to him. He would even say it was indistinguishable from the original. Hitting him, the girl shouted that let him not dare use her body to test the functionality of her arm. Seeing Van, the guy asked if she was okay. He said it's fine, right? Chin asked how the girl was able to defeat her opponent. She replied that she didn't know, she had forgotten everything. Does she remember the man chasing her and then that was it? When she was already conscious, she came back here and met them. The guy said there was one option. Her opponent died because time was up and he had less than 50% life left. That's why the game system gave them the win. At her mom's video, the girl immediately ran up and hugged her. The girl asked what happened, did someone hurt her? Xiao Ling replied that she was fine, but one of their sisters, she died. The guy asked who died. One of them said that according to the statistics, in the last game mission, 13 students died during the last battle. Chen said that they should understand, this is not a child's game. If they're not careful, I'll surely die. If he hadn't trained them properly, the list would probably be longer. The guy yelled that to you, who killed his classmates, he will surely find them and take revenge. Let them kill people just to survive. All those who survived in this game building, their hands are also up to their elbows in blood. And why would they be bad? The guys did it to survive. That's a good excuse. Instead of weeping over those who cannot be brought back, let them save their strength for the future. Let them try not to become an object of tears in the future. Juan stood in front of the grave and said that she hoped the girl could rest there. The boy said he didn't expect the girl to come to mourn the dead. The girl replied that who would have thought it. Anyway, in his eyes she always looked like a cold-blooded and ruthless woman. Remembering everything, he replied that she was right about something. Juan beckoned that she couldn't be what he said. Of all of the above, only one point is true. Grabbing her hand, the guy said that she was such a bad woman after all, maybe she was better off surviving this game after all. Decided it would be best to give it to her. The girl asked what it was. He replied that in past battles it had been used as bait to lure and then defeat the opponents. Looking at her hand, she asked why he gave it to her. The guy replied because she was very good at seducing men, and with this thing her vice would even be useful. Thanking him for the gift, she said it seemed like a good time to try it out. Looking at the girl, he thought she was dead serious about using him. Had she succeeded? Looking into her eyes, the boy said he was listening to mistress orders. The girl was glad that this was a really useful thing. Pointing to her foot, she says she wants him to lick her toes. She orders him to do it. Grabbing her leg, the guy said he would do it without orders. The girl asked why the charm didn't work on him. He replied that he had forgotten to tell her. The success rate of using this skill reduced the odds if the one she used her ability on had a higher overall level than hers. The girl shouted that such things should be talked about in the beginning. Chen replied that if she wanted someone to lick her fingers, she should do it herself. A week later, the name of the assignment is Darkness Before Dawn, the number of people is 4. The main task is to complete the task received by the organization of the Light of Destiny. The girl said that it looks like they are the group that took the quest. She is the leader of the organization Light of Destiny, however, they took the quest, so let them tell some information about themselves. The man replied that his name is Andre, nickname is Furry Bear, after drinking alcohol his abilities improve. Next in line was Lu Bo, his mechanical transformation ability. The guy could use a variety of the simplest materials to make techniques. Next was Chin Chen, the girl told me that she was a sniper, very good at close and ranged combat. The last one was Wei Chen. The guy said he was too good to die. The girl asked him why he was always so stupid. He replied that the way she spends her morning determines how she spends her whole day, so she should enjoy every morning. The guy remarked that she is so irritable every morning, what will happen to her when she starts to have critical days? The girl replied that she knows how to control herself. While he was drinking milk, a girl came up to him and put her hand on his shoulder. She told him to take her seriously. The girl started shaking him and saying that the future of all mankind depended on their actions. From the girl shaking him, the entire contents of his mouth flew right at her. She asked how dare he do that. Chen replied that he shouldn't be blamed for it. After all, it was her own fault, but there was nothing to stretch it. If the girl did not do that, he would not spit. The girl replied that she would never let a scruffy guy like him join hers. No sooner had she agreed than he asked what was she talking about. When they are all gathered, the girl can start explaining the details of this quest to them. They are now outside the city. Because of the X-virus leak, the city has become dead and is now full of zombies. Their mission is to get to a lab in the center of the city and find an immune body whose name is Right. His DNA is crucial to destroying the X-virus. Lu Bo said it is no longer possible to save one person from the center of the city, which is swarming with a horde of zombies. The girl replied that they had taken that into account as well. The guys don't need to take him out of town. They only need to take samples of his blood and bring them to them. Of course, if they can get the whole body back, they'll get a higher reward. She said that was the end of it. Then she asked if they had any questions. Chen raised his hand and said that he had a question. The guy apologizes. He said that if he successfully completes the task, can he ask Miss to have a drink with him? A girl intervened in the conversation and said she apologized. This guy, his morals are disgusting. He replied that he just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. The girl said the quest was officially starting, codenamed Project Dawn. A man heard that the X-virus is airborne. Doesn't know if it's true or not, but wishes them luck. The guy said that there doesn't seem to be any difference from their home neighborhoods. So, he doesn't know if the zombies in that city will be worse than on their side. Andre said that zombie fighting had become a popular sport in his hometown. The kid asked if he was kidding. They're horrible, isn't he disgusted to touch them? Seeing a large number of zombies, he suggested they run away. The man replied that there were only a few of them, they didn't need to run away. Looking at the guy, he asked if Chen was afraid of zombies. The guy replied that he was not afraid of anyone, maybe it is the man who is afraid. In just a few seconds, they massacred a whole bunch of them. Watching them from the side, Lu Bo thought that these two were more horrible than zombies. The girl thought they were both too good, she should try harder. Turning to Andre, the guy said that his fighting technique was still just as ruthless. The man replied that the guy was still just as skilled at chopping up zombies. But the man is sure the guy would be enough of a blow from him. Chen replied that he would argue with that, but now they had a mission. Grabbing them both by the backs of their heads, the girl moved them as close together as possible, thus their lips made contact. She shouted that enough time was wasted, we needed to continue the quest quickly. Andre said they should go to the lab now, but they don't even know the way. Laughing, the guy replied that they could use the Wei family's ancient recognition method to know the way. When she saw the guy taking off her shoe, she asked what he was doing. People are looking at them. Throwing it on the ground, the guy said the shoe was pointing that way, so they'd go that way. Andre said he was in favor of this technique. It's a mysterious power from the East. Lu Bo said they don't have that kind of power in the East. Kicking him in the face with her foot, the girl said what kind of technique was this that he had learned from his distant ancestors anyway. He just threw her shoe. Marina said that if they gave him enough materials, he could build a machine that would show him the way. There is a big market where you can find them, but there are a lot of zombies there. The girl replied that even so, the materials were not worth going there. Chen told the girl that she would stay there to protect that boy, and he and Andre would go get the materials. Yesterday he said he hoped there was free vodka. He's awfully thirsty. The boy was upset that a weak woman was left to protect him. Pointing a gun in his direction, the boy got scared and started asking what she was doing. The girl fired a shot. As it turned out, there was a zombie standing right behind him. The zombie was standing there with a Playboy magazine in his hands. After stabbing him in the head with a dagger, the guy said that even if he was a monster, students shouldn't read that stuff. He threatened to tell his class teacher about it. Looking at the shelves, Andre said there was a lot of wine. He told the guy to get himself a few bottles. Then he asked him if he preferred vodka or whiskey. Chen replied that he most preferred to drink plain water. Looking at the list, said that the smart guy had requested a large amount of materials. Walking by the shelves, he said the lube should be in there somewhere. So many choices, which one should he take? Right under his foot was a rubber chicken. As soon as he stepped on it, all the zombies looked in his direction. He didn't understand why there was a screaming chicken lying on the floor. The noise would attract zombies. Andre told the guy to be cool, this was a job for him, then poured 2 bottles of liquor into his mouth. The man shouted the activation of spirit reinforcement. The guy was surprised, was he really going to fight drunk? Could he be relied upon? Even though it seems as if he's about to fall off his feet due to alcohol intoxication, he's still interested in his fighting technique. The voice said it had found an insight into the owner's heart. The guy said it was a good technique, let him buy it back for him. Drunken swordsmanship, a type of drunkenness. The bearer learns 8 types of sword strikes, while drunk the bearer's strength increases. While Andre was fighting, the guy wasn't left out either. The zombies were getting bigger and bigger. When he saw that he'd finished with everyone, the man decided to go to sleep. The guy yelled at him not to do that until they finished the job. Lin told the boy that they had been there too long, she would starve to death. Suddenly, he shouted that they were back. As soon as the guys looked in his direction, the guy immediately asked for them to help him. Looking into the bag, he said that these materials were enough. Let them give him a couple of hours and he would do something to help them. Chen replied not to worry, there are no zombies around them. They had killed them all, so they were safe now. Afterwards, he offered everyone something to eat. Looking at the girl, he said that someone was going to drool. The guy told her just let her look at him. He had 1 can and he was already drunk. Girl asked why he was pretending to be the strongest. The guy asked if she was kidding. You can tell he's super strong from a mile away. He told me he'd just learned a new ability. Would she like to see it in action? The girl wondered what it was like. Grabbing her hand, he pulled the girl behind him. She asked where he was taking her. The guy replied that she should just follow him. He told me what would start there. He couldn't wait for the girl to watch him in action. She asked really right there. Maybe they could go into the tent. He replied that it was too small, so the guy couldn't show her everything he could do now. Blushing, she replied that they hadn't done it in a while, so the girl really insisted that they go into the tent. He asked what was she talking about. The guy called her over to show her his new skill. She asked if it was just a skill. He replied that yes, he wanted to try and cut through a neutron bomb with his new knife techniques. He asked if she could use the gun as soon as he turned around, he saw the gun pointed at him. The girl said she'd love to see if he could cut through a neutron bomb. Chen shouted that she could attack. Chin replied that let this pathetic insect get ready. Shooting the guy non-stop, she asked him not to run away, he'd get tired sooner or later anyway. As he left the tent, Andre said he had had a very good night's sleep. The boy wished him a good morning. Looking at him, the man asked why he looked so tired. Did the guy go to group exercise last night? He replied let him not talk about it, last night they tried so hard to shoot him. Man asked she tried to shoot him, they have a really weird relationship. The guy asked why Andre was thinking about it, as suddenly, a boy intervened in the conversation shouting that his navigation robot was ready. The guy said he thought the robot's shape was too trivial. What did he make it out of? Lu Bo replied that it was a very serious navigation robot, he decided to call it Just Go. Looking at him, the girl said he was quite non-trivial. This little robot is cute, isn't it? The boy yelled for her to stop, telling her that this robot was not allowed to go near women. After scanning her breasts, the robot said it was starting a pathfinder. Then it jumped right between her breasts. Calling him a goddamn pervert, the girl said let him die and bent him in half. Suddenly, all three of the men next to her bent sharply. She asked what was wrong with the three of them. Andre replied that nothing was wrong, just a sudden pain. Chen said he didn't know why, but all robots made don't last long. The robots follow their owners, so maybe it's because of him. The guy shouted just go let them see how good he was. They asked if this robot is really useful. Andre added that the power of science is really great. Raising her voice at the boy, the girl asked what was the point of the directional assignment. He replied that let her hear him out, the boy would explain. Lu Bo said that he installed a magnetic field measurement system on the robot head, which can accurately determine the direction of movement. The boy asked if he had spent so much material and made a useless compass. The boys stood and discussed something aside as the boy shouted that although he was weak, please let them trust his robot, he would surely lead them to their destination. The girl asked is this the destination the navigational robot brought them to? Why is it a maid's cafe? Gata she started screaming is there any need for this stupid robot? The girl would destroy it right now. All of a sudden, the guy says let him look over to the side, isn't that the lab? It's actually next to the maid cafe. They didn't understand what he was stuck in again, the guy was asking to be let go, they were leaving after all. Pulling the robot as hard as possible, the boy fell down. He was immediately noticed by the zombie maids. Stopping him, Chen told him to stop panicking. There were too many zombies in the neighborhood, and screaming might summon them all there. They should run to the lab as soon as possible. Heading towards the lab doors, they realized the doors were locked. The guy shouted that he had skills from the system, he should open this door. Lu Bo asked him not to knock, the building has an autonomous defense system. If they want to get out, they have to go through the terminal program. The girl asked if he could open that door. The boy replied that of course he could open the door, let them hold those zombies, give him a chance to do it. The guys asked him if he was kidding. He wants them to hold up those zombies. They're zombie maids, they're maid-hearted zombies who want to make a man their master. Chin shouted that let him leave it to them. Andre added that although he doesn't hit women, zombie women aren't women anymore. The guy said that they can't fight, if they start fighting, more zombies will come, it's better not to touch them at all. The girl asked then what should they do. Chen replied that he had already figured out a way to defeat them without engaging in combat, let them leave it to him. Looking at the guys said he looked just fine. He said the change of clothes was complete. Glancing at the girls, he shouted for his beautiful maids to hurry up and satisfy their master. They immediately began offering the host a taste of the cooking and their special drink. The guy realized that if he didn't eat it, those zombie maids would definitely get angry. He still decided to take a chance and the first spoonful of food went into his mouth. The guys on the side supported him as much as they could. The girl told the boy that he should hurry up, if he procrastinated, Wei Chen would be finished. He replied that he was almost done when suddenly the screen flashed that the door was opening. Lying on the ground the boy repeated that this was more horrible than his cooking. As he directed his lips toward him, he thought that this kiss would be the most humiliating of all. At the most opportune moment, the girl managed to shoot at the right place. She said she was sorry to interrupt him from serving the maids. The boy replied that if she hadn't come, he was afraid those maids would have eaten him long ago. Everyone turned their attention sharply to her. They all said with one voice that she was a bad woman, she should be killed, the master belonged to them. The guys said they had great service, it was a well-deserved 5 stars. I guess they should go to hell. Glancing around, he thought he had certainly caught the attention of the rest of the dead. Andre shouted that the door would close in 30 seconds. Grabbing the girl's hand, he said there was no time, they had to go quickly. As he suddenly said strangely, the girl's hand felt very strange somehow. Turning around, he saw the monster who was telling her master to take her with him. Chin yelled that she came to save him and he mistook her for her. The girl said she'd kill him. The guy asked why he felt like she was more dangerous than the dead. The girl attacked him from behind and kicked the guy. They made it to the very last moment. Looking at it, the boy said it must have hurt like hell. Andre told the girl that it was a fucking pussy kick. The girl replied that the idiot deserved it. Chen replied that it was a tough but not intentional situation. The guy suggested they go and find what they came for. Lu Bo said that even though this lab was abandoned, the defense mechanism was still very effective. It is better to be careful not to fall into a trap. The guy replied not to worry, Chen is very careful. As soon as he said that as long as he was leading, he immediately stepped into the trap. The guy yelled that she was overreacting. The siren screamed that trespassers had been detected, orders to clear the area. The robot kept repeating the same words, clearing the area. When Andre saw them, he said he'd probably be better off in hand-to-hand combat. Chen orders the girl to protect the boy. They would prepare for the attack in the meantime. The girl replied so he wouldn't treat her like a nurse. Shooting at the robot, she asked the four-eyed one to sit still and not move. The boy asked so she wouldn't underestimate him, he had recently added a couple new features to Just Go. After which he shouted vibration mode. Lu Bo talked about how he was a genius at utilizing powerful vibrations used to directly destroy the inner circuit system. The guys replied that it wasn't bad, but still not enough. The girl said that she had tried to stay away from him for a reason. Andre started saying that robots aren't much fun to fight. He still prefers the feeling of a fist smashing the bridge of his opponent's nose. Watching the guy frantically trying to stop his robot, Chin asked if the guy was sure he was dead. Chin went to the door and said it looks like that's where they're going, there's a scanner to get inside. Lu Bo told them to look at the robot system and maybe they could gain access. The boy yelled out what he thought he'd found. The boy advised him not to try it with his bare hands. Chen didn't quite understand what this boy meant, no sooner had he finished speaking than they were both electrocuted. He needed to put on rubber gloves, and start gently examining the object. The guy found the very same pass card. Number 413 was successfully confirmed, the hatch opened, we had to get in faster. Once inside, it seemed strange to the boys that there was nothing there. Chen said it must be full of traps. The girl replied that there was nothing around but a 4-stage console. Chen said that a guy like him couldn't be fooled. The girl replied that he could go and tell that to the robot. He replied that it was just an accident. They told Just Go to the console. Since he's smaller, it'll be easier for him to get through. The robot shouted that he was not small. Lu Bo agreed with him. As soon as he ran, the voice immediately started shouting that spotted intruders, then turned on defense mode. The guy said it looked like a laser again, nothing new. The girl didn't understand what to do, because it looked dangerous. Lu Bo replied that they don't have to worry, Just Go has a built-in evasion system. As soon as he finished bragging and said it was no problem for him, the robot was cut into several pieces. The guys realized they didn't have time for jokes. The lasers are getting bigger and bigger. They're afraid they won't be able to take it. Turning to the guys, the girls said it was okay to go. That guy didn't look very trustworthy, though. Lu Bo started yelling that he had no head. When Chin turned around, she saw that the guy had no head. Jumping on top of Andre, the guy screamed where his head was. He was frightened by the fact that everything was covered in blood. Chin immediately ran up to him and started asking what was wrong with him. What happened to his head? Putting my head back in its place, the guy smiled and said let them calm down, it was just a joke on his part. The girl replied that he was joking, but apparently completely unaware of where this could lead. Starting to fire the gun, the girl yelled that she would help him since the guy was so eager to die. Suddenly, Andre yelled to the guy to be careful, there's a trap behind him. Turning around, Chen saw a huge amount of laser. The guys shouted that he had no margin for error. Tearing his clothes off, the guy yelled that those lasers weren't going to stop him, and went forward. Watching the guy go through the obstacles, the guys were yelling that this is the real man. There wasn't much left, they were supporting the guy as much as they could. At some point the guys saw that he had made it. He figured that even though he was holding on really cool, it was still pretty painful. Suddenly, they noticed that the laser was heading in their direction. Lu Bo shouted to the guy to use the console to turn off the laser. Turning around, Chen replied that even if he said so, it was a console, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Chin yelled for the guy to use his invincible death spirit to think of something. Taking out the ball, he shouted that then, would do it his best way. The laser went off just in time. All the girl had been hit was part of her bangs. She was angry because it was her hair. The guy turned to her and said that she should thank him for saving her. He said the bangs will grow back, and besides, a change of hairstyle isn't a bad thing. Touching her hair, the girl said it was impossible to change her hair, so mission accomplished, they did it together. As soon as she turned toward the guy, she saw the laser cut off his arm and immediately started firing at the console. Chen was only worried about his arm as much as his strength. The girl said to stop whining anyway. This wasn't the first time he was left without an arm. Chen asked, but how will he bat next? They need to wait for a full recovery. Lu Bo shouted that he knew this was coming and had gathered everything they might need. Standing with his back to the guy kept repeating that they should wait a bit, he'd be done now. They were wondering what he was doing. The girl asked what strange things the guy was creating this time. The guy replied that it was a specially made robotic arm. He decided to call it a good human helper. Chen asked if he could call it something normal. Now he had to connect the nerves, this was going to hurt a lot. The guy should be. Chen replied that it was fine, he prepared himself some painkillers. Holding out his hand to the girl, he motioned for her to come over. Chen asked why her, she didn't have any medicine after all. Looking her straight in the eyes, the guy replied that it was because she was his medicine. The girl didn't understand what he was saying, he immediately nibbled on her lips. The guy started to say that they'd diverted his attention enough, but why did it smell like dog food? Pulling away from him, she said that using a kiss as an anesthetic was too much. Apologize, the guy said it hurt too much. She's the only one who can make him stop feeling pain. The girl replied that she wouldn't blame him because it really hurt, this time letting him do it. He yelled that she was the best. Chin replied that there was one condition, he could only do it once. Suddenly they heard that the defense system was damaged, the lab would explode in 10 minutes. They had to evacuate as soon as possible. Lu Bo replied that he knew that, and added the self-destruct device in his hands. Andre began to say that he had a strange feeling. The girl asked, do they have to go back? Why is there even a self-destruct function? The boy yelled that they didn't have time to stop her, they should find a target sooner and get out of there. Run towards one of the doors, they thought the target should be right there. Once inside, the guys asked if it was a joke because there was work to be done for years. There were too many of them. He said no, she'd said the right target was a single organism. Andre asked why there were so many of them. Are they all immune bodies? Chen replied that yes, there is only one right, all the bodies are experimental specimens into which the zombie virus has been injected. They really do conduct their experiments on living people. At some point, each of the capsules began to crack. All the experimental bodies were released. Andre asked what else could they do. Turning to Wei Chen, the man asked what would they do now. The guy replied that they had to find him amongst this crowd of zombies by any means necessary. There was a large number of infected, so how would they find their target? Hearing loud pops, the guy asked, has the lab already started to explode? They realized they didn't have much time left. If the guys didn't evacuate, they were all going to die out there. Chen shouted to everyone that they could go, Guy would catch up with them. He decided to use his falcon's eye vision. A dead man's heart will rot quickly while they use perspective to find a normal heart target. As suddenly the guy asked why their underwear with strawberry pattern. Covering her breasts, the girl asked how he saw. After apologizing, he said he hadn't adjusted his perspective. Then he realized it was better to go straight for the heart. The girl was sitting hidden behind one of the broken pods. As soon as she looked out, one of the zombies immediately attacked her. As soon as the guy shouted flying blade, the monster's head was immediately chopped off and it fell down. Extending his hand towards the girl, he said hello and told her he was there to help her. Just as the guy helped her to her feet, there was a loud explosion. Looking around, the guys noticed that the explosion was right at the exit and it was blocked. Chen looked around wondering what they should do. Suddenly the boy shouted to him that he had inserted a hook into his arm. Holding his hand up, the boy shouted that it was time. The boy said there was a special broadcasting rig. Chen asked the guy why he keeps installing shit. Turning to the girl, he said let her close her eyes if she was scared. After jumping over a huge pile of rocks, the guy said it was much safer there. When they got outside, they heard a loud explosion. He looked up and said they would have been dead in a few seconds. Looking at them, the girl asked how long he was going to hold her. The guy replied that she was so light that he had forgotten that someone was in his arms. The girl immediately shouted that he was implying that she was heavier. The guy replied that she should not take his words to heart. He said that now, let them give this girl to someone and that would be the end of their work. Lu Bo turning to the guy asked is he sure that they would be able to get out of the city with such a burden. Swinging their weapons, they can only carry samples of their target's blood. Lu Bo thought about the fact that taking her was more dangerous than taking just samples of her blood with him. The guy says it'll just make it harder for them. They can't take her with them. Chin asked does he really want to leave that girl there to die? Besides, the reward is more for the living. The boy was talking about how she's just an NPS, just lifeless information. Boy wants the whole team to die because of his unnecessary compassion. Looking at the girl, the guy thought he was right. She wasn't a real person, she was just a character. Clinging closely to the boy, the girl began to cry and beg to be left alive. The guy replied that it's true, she's just an NPS. He told everyone that he decided to take her and protect her, and the guy would be responsible for that. But first of course, for safety reasons, he will take blood samples first to avoid any miscellaneous occurrences. Holding out a bag of antidote to the boy, he said that in that case, he thought the boy would agree to it. Lu Bo asked does he really think it's cold-blooded? The guy replied that no, he's just right, in that case it's very dangerous to hold a whole bottle. He's too cranky this time. Andre started saying that since they had the blood samples now, they just needed to get to the exit point and that was it. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to move. The boy asked what was happening. Was it an earthquake? As it turns out, it's a monster from a fusion of corpses. The dead man was created by accident. The symbiosis of the two dead is terribly dangerous, because they help each other to increase their power. Lu Bo shouted that it couldn't be. The explosion must have wiped out all the dead people. The guy said it must be the creation of some special experiment. They're no match for each other, they need to get out of there. After the strongest attack, the guys noticed that the floor had split. They were on different sides of the floor. The monster noticed the guys. They shouted that he was coming. Chen tried to help them. Throwing a rock at his head to draw his attention to himself, the guy said let him see what kind of hotties he had there. Chen asked did he really think this creature would be interested in pretty girls. Suddenly she saw the monster blush. Grabbing the girl in his arms he shouted that they would distract him first before coming up with another plan. Andre asked the guy where would be the best place for them to meet. He shouted that there was a Ferris wheel in front of them and they would meet there. Hiding upstairs and watching what was going on, the guy said that this monster was literally devouring its kin. The more he eats, the stronger he became. If this continues, he will become a rank A monster. The girl asked what if they died. He asked her not to worry, because there was no need to provoke that monster, they would just run away as soon as possible. She said she didn't care, even if the creature wanted to take all the girls for himself. That's impossible. Seeing the girl's reaction, she said it wasn't about that at all. Let her think about the fact that she will definitely survive and reach her destination. The guy added that right, as long as he's around, they'll definitely get out. He began to reflect on the fact that the vision of the dead deteriorates as night falls. But at the same time, their sense of smell and hearing improved. Suddenly, one of the monsters noticed them and started attacking. The girl drew her weapon and shot it in the head. As it turns out, that was a big mistake. These monsters are advanced enough to come at the sound of a gunshot. Glancing at the knife in his hand, the guy said it looked like it was theirs and the only way out. This could be pretty hard. The girl started talking about how it wasn't very nice. Shouting at both of them, he told them that was enough. The girl asked if this American movie bullshit was really working. The guy replied that he didn't have to worry, had he ever lied to her. She replied that it was true, let her not be nervous and try to pretend to be a zombie. Apologizing, the guy said he shouldn't have forced them. Suddenly, the girl asked why she felt like that guy kept staring at her. She asked what she should do. There's no zombie blood on her chest, it looks like she's been exposed. The guy replied that it was okay, he was already there. She didn't understand what he was gonna do. She started yelling at him to get off her. He said now let her watch, they can't feel her. The girl can safely thank him. As she started hitting him, she started screaming he couldn't use his hands exclusively. A huge monster stood right in front of them. The girl asked what is it this time? The guy replied that if she walked straight ahead, she would attract its attention. She stood there not understanding what they should do. Looking around, the guy shouted that she had nothing. Tell her to change her position. Observing what was going on, the girl asked is this even normal? The guy replied that at least they don't die in poverty. Besides, they're already dead. Feeding the monster, the guy said they were now safe for a while. The girl walked with her eyes closed and didn't notice that she had accidentally hit someone. The girl walked with her eyes closed and didn't notice that she had accidentally hit someone. As it turned out, it was one of the monsters. The guy immediately ran to her aid and yelled at her to take care of herself. Looking at her, the guy asked is she okay or a girl? It looked like 2 hairs had fallen from her head after all. She replied that she was fine. He said don't let her let that big stinking ass swallow her. The girl would die instantly in his stomach. Suddenly, the girl realized that there were no more bodies left. Chen replied not to worry, time. She didn't immediately realize what he was talking about. Appearing in front of the monster, the guy asked has he tasted this before. Walking towards him, he sputtered at the taste of rot. Once in his mouth, the guy spewed a strong vomit. It cleanses the intestines and flushes out toxins, it's essential for eating. The monster immediately spit it out. The girls watched from the side and said with one voice how disgusting it was. He yelled for them to run. Normal weapons couldn't hurt him, so this method would only slow him down temporarily, but it would be too late once he got used to it. The girls replied that they would run away, even if without him. The guy said let them wait, he hadn't been repaid yet. Chin yelled for him to stay away, it was disgusting. Fighting off the zombies, the boys said they needed to get out of there soon before a new crowd of bodies showed up. Andre replied that he could do it all a second time. Suddenly, the boy saw a bite on his arm. The man realized that it looked like he had suddenly bitten him during the fight. Looks like he's turning. Said it was very unpleasant. Lu Bo tried to cheer him up, saying everything would be fine. He must have been bitten accidentally. Pushing the guy away he told him to stay back, because he could become a zombie at any moment. Handed him the gun, told him to use it. Let him kill the man, he's going to die anyway. Lowering his gun, the guy replied that he would not shoot. The events of 3 months ago immediately appeared before his eyes. Caught in the rubble, the guy asked for help. One of the guys stood in front of him and grinned, saying he was really a jerk. Then he said he could show his kindness, give the guy a break. Maybe don't thank him. The guy realized he didn't want to die at all. The man said let him see who peed in there. Looking straight into the guy's eyes, he said the next shot would be the real thing. After he pulled the trigger, he said the guy must have gotten lucky. That was the last round. Looks like he's gonna have to die slowly in there. Looking to the side, he saw the monster approaching. The boy wondered if he was going to die there like that. Then I thought, no, he doesn't want to die like that. Grabbing a dagger in his hand, the guy cut off his leg. A syringe appeared in his hands and he injected Andre's blood into his arm. The man asked what he was doing. The guy replied that it should help him get rid of the virus in his body. The man asked but isn't that the last one? The man realized that if the guy didn't protect the NPS, they would fail the mission. Lu Bo replied that he was on a team, not alone, so his strength was worth it. He really doesn't want to be like those people, besides, faith sometimes works wonders. The man didn't understand what kind of people. What kind of miracles? Is this some kind of foreign language? Andre told the guy that he was feeling much better now, but he was still weak. The guy tried to cheer him up by telling him he was strong. Suddenly, they noticed that the monsters were coming. Lu Bo asked so what, he also has his own killing blow. Seeing his foot, the man asked for an explanation. The guy replied that he didn't seem to know much about technology. Swimming at the amusement park for the kids, the guy said he finally washed it all off. Throwing a toy at him, the girl shouted that let him get dressed, they were going out. She didn't understand why he had to go to the playground to swim. The guy replied that she wouldn't let him go into the showers covered in vomit, would she? Suddenly he abruptly asked where she was. The girl replied that luckily she had asked her to be elsewhere, otherwise she would have been lucky enough to see indecent things. Show the picture, the girl kept repeating daddy and mommy. The guy asked her what was wrong, was she thinking about her parents? Chin hugged the girl and said that she understood, because she was going through it too. The guy told the girl not to worry, he would protect her like a real father. Chin started telling the girl that it's okay if she doesn't want to be a mom. She can be a baby too, he will protect everyone. She stepped on his foot and called him a bastard. Then she told him not to be so cocky. Anyway, there's really nothing wrong with giving the girl away, is there? He said they wanted to rely on her immunity to create a vaccine. The girl will be fine, don't worry. After looking around, the guy says it's all clear. They should hurry, afraid they had very little time left. Suddenly, they heard a baby crying. In the corner, she saw a girl sitting with her back to her, crying. Chen didn't have time to yell at her to stop. As soon as she put her hand on the girl's shoulder, she immediately grabbed her and bit her. She then shot her right in the head. Standing there with the gun in her hands, she cried because she had been bitten. She realized she would probably turn into a zombie and die. Putting his hands on her shoulders, the guy asked the girl to calm down. He said there was a way out, there was always a way out. The contagion from the zombie bite worked so quickly that she immediately bit the guy. The guy hugged her and said it was okay. He won't get infected, sure she'll come around after drinking his blood. A while later, the guy said he thought it should be enough. Isn't she done yet? He didn't have any blood left. The guy realized the bad thing, doesn't his blood help with the virus? After stabbing his skin, the girl told him to use her blood. Calling the girl mom, she told her to open her mouth and drink all the way down so there wasn't a drop left. After a few minutes, she regained consciousness. Chin asked what the hell had just happened. The guy immediately replied that if it weren't for this girl's blood, she would have been dead a long time ago. While bandaging Wright's arm, the girl said she had saved her life. She replied that she had to. Taking the girl in his arms, the boy said she was still just a baby. The girl asked what exactly was wrong. Pointing to her breasts, Wright asked if she could have one too. The boy replied that if she ate well, she would definitely have one. The walkie-talkie in the guy's pocket made a sound. The girl asked if the guys had found their target. Chen replied that of course, they were on their way out. The woman said okay. Now she has good news and bad news, which one should she start with? The guy replied that he should start with the bad news. She began to tell him that the bad news was that the pilot who was responsible for them had crashed because of the virus. And the good news is, she'll take them herself. Just please don't let them get too cocky. Looking through the binoculars, the girl asked what happens next. Walking through didn't seem like the most realistic idea. He replied that it was nothing, he had his own idea. They can ride the roller coaster, past the zombies and get right to the Ferris wheel. After seating the girls, the guy said they were first. Chin said that since the playground is no longer working, how is he going to make the ride work? He replied that there should be a spare power supply in the control room, the guy would turn it on. She asked him to be careful. The girl asked her if there would be danger. She said not to worry, she was sure he would be fine. Entering the control room, the guy didn't understand why there were so many buttons, and which one should he press. Then he thought it didn't matter, if he pressed all of them, at least one would be the right one. He started hitting all the buttons in a row. Watching all the rides start to light up, the girl thought it worked. The roller coaster started, that guy did it. He was standing there. They should have gotten it going by now. Perched at the control panel, a guy similarly pressed the alarm button. The girl didn't know what the hell this guy was doing. He asked them to stop, because he hadn't sat down yet. Looking back, he didn't understand why there were so many of these monsters. He jumped on the bike and tried to start it. He yelled that they could sniff the dust, they couldn't catch up with him. At what point did the guy realize something must be wrong? As she watched, the girl asked what the hell he was doing. Did that asshole forget that he had a hook in his hand? The guy replied that he really had completely forgotten about that mechanical arm. As soon as he extended his arm, the girl shouted that she would try to catch. Suddenly a voice said that the route had been changed. As soon as his hand grabbed her breast, the girl pushed it away. Chin asked where was he pulling his hands. The guy said it wasn't him. The hand changed its own route. She replied that he should watch his hand then, let him be glad he could grab a spot in the back. He realized there was no way he could reach them. She said he made her breasts hurt, so he deserved it. Chen realized that they would probably speed up now. Afterwards, the guy said that he was kind of used to it, instead of yelling at him to be careful. After stopping, the girl turned around and asked if the guy was okay. Turning to her, the guy said that he could have lost his legs because of her. The girl replied that it was his own fault. Suddenly, the guy saw that the guys were already there too. Lu Bo said that they wouldn't believe what had happened to them. Chen hugged the boys and said that he was madly happy that they were alive. The boy asked if they should be happy to be alive. Andre replied that they should really appreciate the life given to them. Looking away, the boy wondered if she was there too. The girl thought that he was the one who wanted to kill her. She immediately ran up to the boys, calling them mom and dad. Looking at the boys, he asked if they were playing mother's daughter. Chen replied that he would explain when the time was right, but now was not the time. The woman on the radio said that a plane landing would cause too much noise, it was very dangerous. So, it was better that they of course climb up the ropes. The guy shouted to everyone to hurry up, they were finally getting out of there. Turning around, he saw that there were too many zombies running after them. Andre asked what they were doing that made them so numerous in the neighborhood. The guy realized there were too many of them, they could get in the way. If they didn't get out of there as soon as possible, they were dead. Turning to Andre, he asked him to give his wine, and asked the bespectacled man if he had any gasoline. The man didn't understand why he was doing this, so he asked is he in the mood for a drink now. Lu Bo started listing a bottle of wine, gasoline, and then the guy realized what he wanted to do. Chen replied that he was smart and got it right. The first bottle was ready. He held out his hand toward the man and asked for another bottle. The man replied that he should leave him at least a couple of bottles. Suddenly, he saw that huge zombie was there too. He was climbing up quite quickly and skillfully. The girl tried her best to calm right down. She could tell she was scared out of her mind. Willing himself to drink alcohol, the guy said it was the only way out. It's gonna be okay, he has to do it. The guy jumped right into the mouth of this huge monster. The guy jumped right into the mouth of this huge monster. He thought about how he could kill him easier. Then he thought it didn't matter, he just set it on fire. From the sheer amount of fire within itself, the monster was simply torn apart. Part of his attached arm landed next to the girl. When she saw it, she immediately started to cry. The girl thought no way, did he really just die again? Andre hugged the boy, started yelling that the boy was dead, how could she be so calm? Lu Bo asked if he was dead again. Looking at the boy and the girl said that they would find out soon. Suddenly, the guys realized they were going down. Outside, a guy activated a superpower for 600 death points. Lu Bo noticed that it looked like they had stopped falling. The man asked it couldn't be Wei Chin, could it? The guy thought finally corrected. Glancing around he clicked what the hell, how many are there? Grabbing a huge piece of metal, the guy took down several dozen zombies with a single blow. Suddenly, he felt a rope twisting around his body. The man shouted that he had caught him. The girl yelled for him to be careful. She warned him that they would throw him back. Once again he landed on the girl's chest. She shouted that he was definitely a lustful animal. The woman said the security threat has been eliminated, let them relax their asses. She hoped it was worth the effort to save them. Afterward she asked did they get the blood or did they take the target with them. Lu Bo told the guys that her blood was used by them. The guy said it's okay, the girl will take it off. She'll help them make a vaccine. Which is great, if they can get it on his body, it will speed up the process of saving the world. The guy asked what they were going to do with the girl, by the way. She said not to worry, the girl is the last hope of the world, and the Dawn organization will protect her. Upon entering the room, the man said they were there to get immunity samples. He asked if they should take this little girl. The woman said that's right, the immune body is very valuable so don't let them screw it up. The man replied that he knew, at the top level great importance was placed on the immune system. Grabbing her hand, he said he wouldn't make the top wait too long. The girl was screaming and talking about what she didn't want. Chin rushed to her aid. As soon as the boy stopped her, she asked him if he could see that she was being taken away against her will. The guy said it's part of the mission, too. Besides, the Dawn organization would protect her. The woman replied that it was fine, they could rest there, have a snack, and fix equipment. The guy asked her to promise him. She said she would, the girl would definitely be fine. After breaking free from the man's hands, the girl ran up to him and asked him not to leave her. The boy apologized. The voice said that players who completed the tasks will be rewarded and will leave the dungeon in 6 hours. Lu Bo had obtained the skill of armor making. The guy said that this way, he would be able to make even more powerful equipment. The guys decided to celebrate the assignments that had taken place. They had not expected those two to be silent all evening. The boy said it was probably best not to bother them right now, let him go to the bar while he learned his new skills. Placing a hand on the girl's shoulder he said it was so boring there, then asked if she wanted to go along with him. She took his hand away and asked him not to touch her. The girl said that she felt bad now, could she just be alone? The guy replied that he knew, but in this game every character has a different fate. She wouldn't even listen to him. The girl thought to her fate. Her reward was a dual weapon combat technique. This time, she didn't want to believe her fate. The guy said it seemed like after he got back, he'd have to find a way to talk her down. Looking away, he seemed to see something. He realized that he had actually been tricked. Hiding around a corner, he overheard the men talking. They were saying that suddenly they could actually get such a perfect immune body. That if they were a girl, they'd be afraid too. The guy wondered what they said, what did they mean? The man asked this is the immune body, the department has already sanitized. After that, he shouted loudly and let them come in. He said they've been waiting a long time for this portion of a full meal. The guy didn't understand what was going on after all, they just wanted to use the girl's immunity to create a vaccine, right? He didn't understand why they had brought her there. Opening the door, he decided to just see what they were doing there. But it wasn't exactly what he expected to see. As soon as the guy went inside, several weapons were immediately pointed at him. The woman asked why he was there. He shouldn't be there at all. Walking up to her, the man said there was no need to be so rude, then asked who was this gentleman. Elena said he's reporting. He is responsible for the actions, a member of the team. The man replied that it turns out, he is a worker of their organization Dawn. Since the guy came, let him drink a glass of gracious wine, and then leave. He asked the wine of grace, what is it? He replied that its name speaks for itself, it is a gift from the gods for them. As soon as the cloth was pulled off, the boy saw the girl. He immediately started asking why she was inside that thing. The man replied that as he sees it, the blood flowing in her body is precious material for the vaccine. They wouldn't waste a drop. They make full use of the immune body's circulatory system to keep it supplying them with blood uninterruptedly. They had similar immune bodies before, but they didn't qualify. He said this wine has the most beautiful flavor. Everyone there is the most talented people from different countries, scientists, financiers, politicians. People were clamoring that this immune body would give them their remaining life to prolong their lives. He said that although the guy is a low-grade common man, but the man is very tolerant, so he is giving him this precious award. After quickly dealing with all the guards, the guy said he didn't need to. The man started yelling what was he doing. Calling the guy a petty lowlife, he shouted how dare Chin. He replied that let him apologize, the guy is just a petty lowlife, and let them continue their party. He would definitely take the girl with him. Breaking the capsule, he caught her in his arms. After apologizing, the guy said he was late, he'd take her home now. The woman yelled to him that he shouldn't do rash things, he shouldn't take away their immune body. The guy replied that he would take her with him, keeping an eye out for anyone who dared interfere with him. The woman shouted that though she hated him, on the other hand, shouted full fire. Let them be careful not to hurt themselves. At that moment, Chin broke through the glass roof. The girl ruthlessly shot at everyone. Seeing the guy, she asked what he was doing there. Chin replied how could he leave Little Right. Looking at the woman, the girl apologized. She said that they were not the kind of people who were quick to accept their fate. The man shouted and told them to kill those two as quickly as possible. There is a terrible virus on their bodies, they should be burned alive. Dispensing with all of them in turn, the girl shouted that even though they dare not think about it, let them go to hell. The boy didn't understand how she had gotten so strong. His eyes were full of questions. Suddenly, a large number of guards pointed their weapons at him. They ordered the guy to drop the immune body. He realized that he might lose his temper if the matter of protecting the girl went too far. Andre asked why the hell he wasn't serving them such good wine. After drinking the bottle, the man asked what kind of bunch of assholes are these. The men shouted why was there a fire? Why didn't it stop? Seeing the guy coming down, the man told him he was too slow. He replied that there was nothing he could do, it looked like the guy had wasted too much time making this armor. The girl looked at them and asked why they had come. The man replied that he was just pissed off that he wasn't invited there for a drink. The guy said that anyway, mission accomplished, have them check the strength of the armor and leave. Chen replied that no way, in which case the guy suggested making more noise. Looking at the people they had dealt with, the girl asked what was with the piles of pockets of money. The guy yelled that it was time to leave. Pointing the weapon in the guy's direction, the woman shouted that let them wait a minute. She asked the destruction of the world for a girl, is that worth its own? The guy replied that the world the girl had come to save would allow to be destroyed. Next in line was number 413. The man said he was a test subject, the likes of them not even worthy of painkillers. Putting the weapon on the ground, the woman said that after all she was only an accomplice. Let the guys get out of there fast. The guy replied that there is no right and wrong in this world, let her live her life as she wants to. She asked to live according to her will. Even if the world is destroyed, they said it could be any number of things, so what do they care? Then they went outside. Standing around the corner, the guys watched what was happening. The guards shouted that they were there, let them stop. Lu Bo said that it looked like the power of the battle armor was running out. The man said that he had run out of energy too. The guy didn't understand why the number of enemies was increasing. The man shouted that everyone should get ready to shoot. One of them asked them to really start firing. They still have an immune body in their hands. He replied that they were too strong, afraid, then they wouldn't take it out, so let them start attacking. Let them shoot straight ahead, leaving not a living soul behind. He picked up a huge rock, and the guy covered the guys with it. He realized that if he continued like this, he was not sure he would be able to hold on. Suddenly, the guys saw a ladder flying past them. It was the same woman, and she shouted at them to come up, to get them out of there. The guy replied that it looked like she should have known too. Chin said they had to leave, they were saved. Chin shouted that let them run faster, he would delay them there. Looking at him, the girl replied that she wouldn't leave the guy there alone, would also stay with him. He replied that she shouldn't worry, had she forgotten that he was immortal? He'd better take care of that girl. The man realized that even she had gone rogue and destroyed a helicopter with an anti-aircraft missile. The man shouted that the scope was ready. After he said that, he fired a missile in the direction of the helicopter. The woman thought it looked like it was all over. Seeing this, Wei Chen stood right in front of the missile to protect the helicopter. The guys were surprised, as he was bringing the rocket closer to his chest. Even anti-Japanese dramas wouldn't dare to act like that. The boys saw that they went into the denuded corpses, the guy must be dead. Calling them stupid scum, the man shouted that such a thing was not in their plans. The girl yelled for the two of them not to start drooling yet. The man said she was too cruel, her boyfriend might be lying among those corpses, the girl didn't even shed a tear. In a rage, she shouted who said he was her boyfriend. She knew he wasn't going to die that easily. The man said next shot, let them leave no appendages alive. Pointing his finger in the direction, the guy said there was something wrong with that body. They asked what's going on. Let him report the situation. Their eyes could not see anything because of the bright light. They were horrified that even a missile couldn't blow him up. He's a monster for sure. All the guys immediately started running, saying it was God who had come to punish them. The man was yelling for those cowards to come back. What is there to fear? Even if he really is God, their battle supplies should not be inferior to his strength. Grabbing the weapon in his hands, turning to the guy, the man told him not to play games with him. Shooting again and again, the guy skillfully caught every bullet. The man couldn't believe it, saying they were joking. Chen replied that he had angered him. With one blow of his head, there was no trace of the man. The guy shouted that the commander was killed with only one blow to the head. Turning to him, Chen said that look, he wants to die too. One of them shouted that he didn't care if the guy was God or not, he would kill him with his own hands. Then he started firing his gun. Quickly approaching him, after one punch from the guy, the man flew aside a few meters. Grabbing the gun in his hands, the guy started shooting and yelling to get 1,000 pult. Let them all die. Once aboard the helicopter, the guy started saying it was over. The girl told him it was okay, everything was fine now. He said no, he was done. The girl asked, what do you mean it's over? It's alright, doesn't he have any injuries? The guy started yelling that no, his beautiful hair, now gone. She watched him silently. Chen was screaming that he didn't want to stay like this. He doesn't want to be strong, let them give him his hair back. Reload into the gun, Chen asked. After rebirth, his body fully regenerates, right? Should she help him? The guy replied that he suddenly felt that baldness wasn't so bad, it's kind of in fashion now. Lu Bo said he was fried to a crisp. How did the guy survive? And what happened to his body? Andre touched him, started asking the guy to share his health with him. Chen yelled for the two men to stop groping him. The girl immediately ran up to him. He apologized to her and said he would not make her suffer anymore. Chen told the guy that unfortunately there was one thing, they would be leaving the plane soon and the girl couldn't go with them. Showing her some paper, he said it was a reward for an assignment the guy got in that copy on the character license. Sitting down in front of the girl, he asked if Rita would go with them. The girl replied that of course she would. After apologizing to the woman, the guy said that even if the girl was the last poison to save the world, he would take her with him. Please forgive him. Elena said let them take her away. The guy's right, saving the world is not the responsibility of one or two people, there's no antidote in that world, but hope. Shaking her hand, he said he believed the woman could handle it. She replied that she still had time and that the guy should take care of himself. Saying goodbye, she saw a kiss on her chest. The guy said it tasted better than it looked, thanking her for her hospitality. She yelled why the hell couldn't he leave properly? The guy knows how to ruin the pathos and walk away. Everyone suddenly noticed a bright flash. They said it was too bright, they were going to go blind. The guys started asking if they should call him master now. Touch his head, they said it felt good too. Chen was angry because he didn't understand why he was back and his body and hair were left behind. The guy wanted to go back. Suddenly, a penguin appeared before their eyes. He said that any player who survived such an ordeal would never be the same. Now let them get ready to start a new level. The guy yelled at Fat Goose again. He asked what the penguin wanted to do this time. He replied that he wasn't fat at all. Moreover, this time the penguin came to him with good news. The boy asked if they had passed the level and could now return to their world. The penguin replied that of course. But it's not that simple, still, he'll back off for a while and not force them to teleport so they can take a little break. Also, he created some more main cities around the world. There won't be any hostile creatures inside these, you can team up there, look for quests and such. Chin asked the main cities. Is it really like an online game? The guy replied that it's not just an online game, it's real. Chen said he felt as if he was unlikely to be resurrected after death. The girl asked not resurrected? Then she sees that he has tried very hard to make it happen. The girl ran in their direction screaming mommy and daddy. She asked where they were. The boy said it was the school. Everyone immediately started asking questions. Do they have a daughter? When did they have a daughter in secret? The girl yelled that it wasn't what they thought it was. The guy asked to give them time to explain. After the story, they turned around and started to leave, saying it was boring. They thought it would be much more fun. Lin told the girl that she had been through a lot, by said and done the girl might even be better than her. Wright asked if she was better than her. Looking at her breasts, she said no, she's better. Chen said the girls are fine, just let them eat well, sleep soundly, and they will definitely grow up. The girl said he hopes, they are talking to me about growing up. Lin replied that maybe they were talking about something else than age. He said he'd been so busy he'd almost forgotten he'd bought a dress for his daughter. As soon as the girl changed into her new dress, the guy asked her if she liked it. She enthusiastically replied that she did. The guys immediately started saying it was so cute, it was really getting cute. Pushing them away, he threatened to keep them away from his daughter. Chen said that the nearest main town was 10 kilometers away. The girl asked him if he thought it was a penguin trap. He replied that no matter how disgusting he was, the penguin does everything by the rules of the game, so the main city exists. In fact, the main city was there before it was reborn. But it appeared much later than it does now. It's the so-called butterfly effect. A butterfly in the rainforest, South American Amazon slowly flapping its wings a few times. And then a huge tornado is created in the middle of the wilderness. Because of his rebirth, the lifeline changed, so the major cities came before. The girl said that if the main city really exists, they should hurry up and check it out, maybe they will find some clues or traces that will be useful for them in the future. The guy shouted that he had a plan and then asked who would go with him. Everyone immediately started asking for permission to go with him. The teacher said she used to live in the main city, if the guy would let her, she wants to go with him. Chin started saying she wanted to go too. It seems like a big team is being assembled, that they aren't going there to have fun, too many people aren't needed. Besides, someone has to stay behind to guard the school while he's away. Since they have an outing coming up, he gets to choose the vehicle. The guys didn't understand what this guy was doing. They thought he was talking to himself again. They said it wasn't the first time the weirdo had pulled something like that. A motorcycle appeared in front of their eyes. The guys immediately started saying how cool it was and asking him to let them ride it. They asked him where he got it. Is this his reward for completing the quest? After sending everyone away, he replied that they should get off his bike. The guy said that like his woman, a man never puts his motorcycle in the wrong hands. Looking at the teacher, he asked if she was ready. The guys started yelling, "What's the big deal, fuck him. He's gonna regret not letting them ride." As soon as the teacher started climbing on the bike, the guy told her to hold on as tight as she could. He told her she could fall if she didn't hold on properly. If she gets scared, she should hold on to him tighter. The guy yelled this is why men love motorcycles. Holding on to him, the teacher thought how humiliating it was. Just as they were about to leave, a man blocked their way. The guy replied that if it wasn't for his excellent driving skills, he wouldn't have gotten away with it. Falling to his knees, the man said his daughter had been kidnapped by some creeps. He said these two looked very strong, asked them to help him save his girl. The teacher told the guy that the man was desperate, she offered to help him. He replied that they don't do charity work. Then he asked how many other people in the world need help. It's impossible to save everyone. The man began to say that his daughter is a stunning beauty with an excellent figure. He is sure those devils will take advantage of her. The guy replied that they wanted to, on reflection, to refuse him would be against all his principles. He said they'd save her. The teacher asked and he calls it his principles. The guy just wants her body after all. Chen asked seriously, is he really that depraved in her eyes? The man said there were several of them. He's gonna help them get through that back door. Looking at him, the guy said it looks like he's pretty good at navigating there. The man replied that it's because he used to work there, so he knows the place. Opening the door with his foot, the boy told the teacher that it was a hell of a place. Have him hold his hand so he doesn't get lost. As it turned out, he put his hand on her breast again. The guy yelled that it was too dark, he couldn't see anything. She hit him on the head and told him that the guy was making it worse by making excuses. Then she called him a total pervert. Suddenly, the lights came on sharply. In front of them were a large number of pumped-up guys. One of them said they had a good catch today. The teacher asked what the hell was going on in there. The guy asked isn't it obvious? He lied to them to lure them there. he's their accomplice. The man replied that he did it perfectly. He's so talented, I bet they didn't buy his unrivaled acting. The guy asked him to wait a bit, after which he asked if he was really proud of this cheap performance. The man shouted how dare the guy laugh at his unrivaled game. Chen replied that he was afraid his lousy circus could not be called a game. Yang asked then why did the guy agree to help him if he had figured out his bullshit from the start. The guy replied that how so, it's a great opportunity to braid to earn points, then immediately changed his mind saying to show his nobility. The man said the girl's pretty, they'll keep her around for a while. And get rid of the punk right now. The guy replied that he had heard the main cities were now safe zones, so why the hell were they kidnapping people there and dragging them to such dangerous places? The guy replied because they've been converted for a long time. Half zombies like them are forbidden to stay in the main cities. He replied that it was clear then. The teacher asked how is that possible? He is both a zombie and a human. The boy replied that she was no better. Chen asked, so all those stuffed animals are their work? Those people in the room right behind them, let them ask them themselves. Looking in, the teacher was left aghast. Closing her eyes, the boy said enough was enough. One of the men shouted that they too would soon end up as well and become part of their bodies. And this happens, he shouted that how hungry he was, the guy's brain would eat the very first. Upon returning from his attack, the guy grabbed the monster's head and said let that thing burn in hell first. Yang yelled to him that let the guy be careful, one of them from behind. He shouted that let the guy bite out his Bogator strength. Chen managed to activate his iron manly body. After the monster hit him, the hammer fell apart. He shouted that it was impossible, no one had ever survived such a blow. Is his level really that high? The guy replied that hadn't he been taught that you can't mess with people of higher levels? They realized that their boss was knocked out with one swing. They asked, isn't level 22 the highest level now? It was from behind that one of the monsters came up to the teacher and said let the guy stand still or they would slaughter her. Chen said calmly. The monster replied that he should let him be a kid if he wanted his peace of mind. The guy said he wasn't actually addressing him. He shouted that it was too late anyway. At that moment the teacher turned to him, as it turned out she had turned into a zombie. The other monsters were screaming that she was a half-zombie too. Could the girl really kill their deputy in one fell swoop? As they ran away, they shouted that whoever the monster was, it was definitely her. Meanwhile, the girl was running right behind them. Watching what was going on, the guy said it looked like the guys were messing with the wrong person. He asked the teacher to take good care of the others. After his wish, only cries for mercy were heard. Watching what was happening, the man thought he should run before his throat was bitten. Stopping him, the guy said he wanted them to help him save someone, but nevertheless he himself rendered aid to the devils, many he simply must have brought death to. Falling to his knees the man begged for mercy, saying that those half-zombies had forced him. They threatened to eat him alive if he didn't follow orders. The guy replied that of course, in that case he would spare him. The man was about to believe him, until the guy slit his throat. Turning to the teacher, the boy said they had to go. Suddenly, he saw her running to attack him. The boy realized that her transformation had improved again. He realized that it seemed his immune blood itself wouldn't work on her anymore. Sitting on top of her, the guy said that if this worked on her, he would be forced to use his immune potion. Taking out his little copy, the boy said calling out to him. Little Wei Chen said he had arrived at his service. The girl immediately snatched him out of her arms. He started screaming that he was in pain, as if he was being torn to pieces. The guy replied that he should hold on, it would soon subside. He yelled that if she kept licking him like that, it was too cruel. The guy yelled for him to pull himself together, because he can't give up that easily. Once he told the master he was ready, the boy apologized to the teacher and said he had no other choice. The boy yelled for the kid to be quicker. He pulled off the teacher's underwear and said that it wouldn't bother them anymore. Once inside he yelled that it was so dark, he asked, surely he needed to go in deeper. The guy replied that they were doing it to save the teacher, let him go in already. It's a whole different world inside. Malloy shouted that he would do his best. The teacher asked him to do it faster. The guy replied that speed might be too dangerous for her. The Iron Man's body was now working at full speed. 7 hours later he shouted to the owner that everything was ready. The girl asked why they do it this way every time. Besides, how did the guy get his hair back? He said it must have been the nourishing mask that helped him. Chen replied that he had to do it because it was the only way to stop her turning into a zombie. Plus, the guy thought, she liked the method he used to fight viruses. Turning away, the teacher said she didn't like him at all. All of a sudden, he heard that these cattle are right on course, they're surrounded. The guy asked who the hell is that? Mickey said she wanted them to kill every zombie in there. How come when they looked they didn't realize why the door was open? Once inside, that all the zombies were already dead. Looking at the couple, they didn't understand what was going on. The girl immediately swung her weapon and asked who they were. The boys immediately started asking her to let go of the guns. They told her they were just civilians. Wei Chin said they might upset them a little, but the guys had mopped up all the walkers there, let them ring. Rick called him a son of a bitch and asked, did they come all the way from the main town there just to see their faces? Mickey told the guy to chill out, because they were right. The guys were there first, and they'd killed a lot of walkers, so they must be experienced players. Called her a man, the guy said exactly what he was. Said he was great at the game, always very respectful of noble and kind dudes like Chen. The guys looked at him with a horrified face. They hadn't misheard, had he really said that? The guy was definitely dead now. Grabbing him by the arm, the girl toppled him over herself, and shouted at him to uncloud his eyes. Chen replied that she didn't exactly throw it in a girlish way. He heard the boys call her Mickey. One of the guys said Mickey is short for Michelle Chen. She's their captain, head of the Walker Hunters Guild. The guy asked the Walker Hunters, what's the story behind the title? They told me that all the hunters there had lost their families and friends to the walkers. That's why they organized a guild to exterminate those walkers. The boy wondered, for he had been a lone wolf before his first death. Wouldn't they have a place to stay? Mickey said he knocked out quite a few walkers. It would be great to have strong players like him join the hunters. He immediately started asking how well it paid. Do they provide health insurance? In fury, the girl thought, you wouldn't wish an employee like this guy on your enemy. He replied that more importantly, their guild name was too stupid. It didn't fit his inimitable image at all. The girl immediately became angry and asked how dare he call the name she had given him stupid. Afterward, she calmed down and said they'd forget. It's okay if they don't want to join them. If the guys are headed to the main city, they can go with them. Oh Yang asked if the guys had cars. The guy replied that of course, they needed good transportation for the mission, and they didn't tell us that their motor pool was right outside. The teacher came out and asked if this was the car park they were talking about. Mickey said not to underestimate them. It's a lot faster than walking anyway. Looking at her, Wei Chen asked who told her that they were weaving on foot. Any self-respecting man should ride this. Looking at them, I asked if I hadn't made myself clear, it was time to go. Mickey asked in a rage what the hell, calling him a moron. The girl shouted that she would finish him off as soon as she caught up with him. The teacher asked if that was the main town. She said that there are a lot of players there. He replied that these cities would be the main points of interaction between people in the future. A man shouted that he was selling a pink bra for only 5 crystals. Whoever had time to eat it, ate it. Another guy encountered that easily assembled tubular rifle for 10 crystals, that's what they call a homemade weapon. The guy told her that these crystals, they drop from some scum after death. Players can use them to upgrade themselves. The previous currency doesn't work and crystals became its replacement. Oh Yang asked and what could she buy with the crystals? The guy replied that she shouldn't underestimate them. They could give her almost anything she wanted in this broken world. Saying hello to him, the girl said a wonderful experience for only 20 crystals. The girl standing next to him replied that a threesome was 20% off. Grabbing him, Oh Yang replied that as a teacher, she wouldn't let something like that happen. The boy shouted that he was just kidding. To the girls he replied that they would see each other next time. She asked if the guy couldn't act like an adult and a trustworthy person. What should they do now? Chen replied that they had come quite a long way, why don't they start with a tour? Approaching one of the men, the boy asked how much a grenade cost. The man replied that it was at least 5 crystals. A freezing grenade in his day would have cost at least 40. Can't believe these idiots sell them for such a low price. He could take this opportunity to grab something of value. This city is still young, so the players there are not well informed. Yang replied nothing, which sounds like a great plan, but she doesn't think he has a lot of money to start it. The guy replied that he didn't have any, but he had something to sell at a bargain price. Looking at him, the girl asked in bewilderment what it was. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he answered that it was her body. He started yelling that people could try arm wrestling with this beautiful lady right there. Their money would double if they won. The girl thought that no way, she couldn't put a price on her own body, even if it was to raise money. Looking at her, people said a woman like her doesn't stand a chance. They'd take all their crystals. Yang asked if this was his perfect plan. The guy replied that yes, thanking her in advance for her diligence. After all, no one would have found a lady as strong and gorgeous as her. The guy asked him, is this a scam? He obviously won't give up his crystals. Chen replied that they were quite serious. He could take 20 crystals if he defeated her. The guy replied that then he accepts his generous offer. He said he's warning, the stuff a guy wears makes him a lot stronger. Everyone looked on in horror as she put him down in half a second. Chen thanked him, after which he asked if anyone else wanted some. Guys were losing to her time and time again. I saw one of the contestants with a mechanical arm and shouted that it was against the rules to use it. An hour later, they had already collected a whole bag of crystals. Chen said she's the hero of the day. She can take half of these crystals for herself. She said she could keep it. She didn't need to buy anything. Suddenly, someone yelled out that they wanted to try it. The man said he wanted to bet 500 crystals. The guys yelled out that it seemed that this guy's name was Anthony, from the Doomsday Heroes Guild. Chen replied that of course they would agree to 500 crystals. The guy could even get away with 1,000 if they lost. The man replied that he didn't want to take advantage of the lady at all. He wanted to fight him. Chen replied that he was afraid, it was not a good option. The man asked if he was afraid, or he's just a shameless chicken hiding behind his sweet mama's back. The guy replied that he meant if he accepted his challenge, would probably break his arm in a heartbeat. Yang told him to be careful. Chen replied that he would defend himself. The girl replied that she had said to be careful and not to do any serious damage. They are in the main city after all. Anthony said he saw this coming from the beginning. The woman must have mastered the art of strength building. However, it is not called Iron Hand Atom Skill Launched, strengthening the muscles of the arm for a reason. Chen said did he really spend all his 40 years miserably alone, working on only one arm? The guy said he was only 26. Then said he'd rip his damn hands off. Chen said let him kiss his victory goodbye. After that, the guy used the power of Sparta. In a matter of seconds, the game was over. Chen told him to play by the rules, then thanked him for the crystals. Saying goodbye, the guy yelled that he could come back whenever he wanted. Anthony figured this wasn't over. Doomsday heroes don't just leave him behind. Yang replied that she couldn't believe it, the guy just managed to nurture his body to such an extent. Is this his new skill? Chen replied that was correct, and his hands were not the only body part he could enlarge. He said he could show her his skills tonight. After the teacher hit him, the guy countered that he was just kidding. She said he deserved it. The guy decided to get back into their business. He realized they could go big with those crystals. He saw an invisibility potion for only 30 crystals, so he decided to take it. A cap of forgiveness for cheating. It's not that important, but who cares if it can be picked up for 0 crystals? He saw that they even have a master flogger there. With this, the guy can give orders to anyone he flogs. Looking at the teacher, he asked if she wanted to try it out sometime. Taking the flogger in her hands, the teacher replied that she could try it out on him right now. Watching them from the sidelines, the man thought he could get something out of them. After saying hello, the girl at reception asked how many rooms they wanted. He said isn't it obvious, of course they want one their best deluxe king room. He said it would be great if they had teacher-student style rooms. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the teacher asked him if he was an idiot. The boy replied that he was wrong, but it was too late. The girl said they were taking 2 rooms. Yang thought about the fact that it had been quite a long day. Taking a shower, she wondered what the guy was doing now. Maybe the idea of taking 1 room wasn't such a bad idea. After that she tried to calm down and thought about him being her student, no more fantasies. When he went into her bathroom, the guy pretended he didn't expect to see her there. Then he said, "What's the coincidence?" Calling him a pervert, she started throwing everything she could get her hands on. The guy asked her to stop, because he didn't mean it. Lying on the bed he thought about the two sharing the same bedroom, maybe the guy could take it tonight. Through the window, the girl thought, it turns out he's just a man with good physical features, not protecting himself while traveling, having so many crystals. She thought he needed to be taught a lesson tonight. Looking around, the girl wondered where he was hiding his crystals. Suddenly, she saw a bag sticking out from under the pillow. The girl thought it was no surprise. Reaching out towards the bag, she mentally already thanked her mate for the crystals. Suddenly, he grabbed her arm. The guy asked didn't she refuse to sleep with him. Wouldn't she want to try something new? The girl thought he must have mistaken her for that woman. She must pretend to be her until she found a way out. He said fine, then let her not blame him for her just throwing herself at him. Chen said he was very energetic after the Red Bull. The girl replied that he should wait, because he should slow down. The guy imagined he was a steam train with a cave in front of him. The girl thought that it hurt, but at the same time it felt good. Does everything seem different to Chen? And it's like her breasts are smaller. Then I thought I'd forget about it, the guy should mind his own business. Looking at the girl, he decided to take off her mask. As soon as he did, his first question was who is this? At that moment, Ouyang walked into his room and said she was starving, then asked what they were having for breakfast. Ouyang asked the guy who the girl was. He asked in response, would she believe him if the guy said it was her who came to him? Placing a hand on his shoulder, the woman replied that she would believe him if she were an idiot. She replied that liars like him are just the worst. The guy replied that he could explain himself. Everything he told her was true. Looking at the crystals, the girl thought she could take them as compensation. Jumping out the window, the girl figured she'd already be on base while the guy got dressed. He yelled for her to stop. Chen said if that's the case, then he'll go naked. As long as someone is ahead of him, it's a good place to start. Looking at him, the girl asked him if he was serious about going that far because of her. The guy replied that she cheated him in bed and stole his crystals. He realized he'd lose her if he took the time to get dressed, but otherwise the guy would become a notorious pervert if he continued to walk around like this, naked. As soon as she saw the mask in his hands, she wondered if he was trying to hide his disgusting body part with that disgusting mask. She saw him put it on his face and went wild as soon as she sat on it. The guy realized that no one could recognize him when his face was hidden. When the man stopped him, he said the guy was charged with disorderly conduct. Anything he did could and would be used against him in a court of law. The girl replied that she would let him spend his time solving the problem. She'll leave him to it. The guy tried to explain that he is the victim. They say the girl is the perpetrator. She thinks these crystals will be enough to pay off her brother's debt. She threw the bag of crystals on the table and told the man that it was more than enough. Looking inside, he said, well, isn't the girl a diamond among thieves? But afraid, that's enough just because of interest. Slapping her hands on the table, the girl replied that no way. She was sure it would be enough for her brother for the drugs. The man replied that he did, but not now. He had taken a huge amount of drugs again recently. Calling the guy over, the man said he couldn't just ignore his sister's expenses. Doesn't Logan know how hard it is for his sister to make money while he continues to enjoy his life there? Janice yelled that she had told him to stop taking drugs. Kneeling down, the boy replied that nothing worked for him except this. The girl replied that she was a broken comma with enough stealing. Only he can save himself, not her. Logan replied that let her help him, he doesn't want to die. He yelled that the girl couldn't just leave him because she was his sister. Then he grabbed her and started yelling that the girl could use her body. A gorgeous woman like her can make tons of money from men. As soon as he agreed, the guy immediately punched him in the face with his fist and asked how could a man say such an abomination. The man immediately asked who he was. And why is the guy there, at their headquarters in the apartment? Chen replied that as far as he could see, the guy was only passing by. People started saying that absolutely no one wanted to go naked like him. They called him a pervert and said he wore this horrible mask. The guy replied that he was just in a hurry to stop the thief, which is why he didn't have time to get dressed. Suddenly the man noticed he was missing. Pretty quickly the guy was in front of him and grabbed the crystals out of his hands. The man thought that this perv definitely had something. Chen told the girl that stealing is wrong. He doesn't want to continue for the sake of last night, so let her think about it. Looking at him, the girl asked if he was leaving already. She thought he had come to her like a knight. The guy asked did she really think he was there to save her. The guy only went there to get his crystals back. He doesn't care about her. She started yelling that he'd gone too far. The girl took his crystals, but doesn't the guy realize what he did to her last night? At one point, the man yelled that he wasn't going to let the guy just walk away. A nail flew in his direction. Chen replied that he could easily handle such a weapon. The man began to say he was chasing the heads of winged thieves. They nicknamed him Nail for his ability to control metal. His nails will track the guy like smart bullets. Wei Chen replied that if he couldn't avoid the nails, then the guy would be wasting his time. The guys realized that they really hadn't managed to penetrate his armor. All the nails had sagged. They looked on with surprised eyes, for that guy actually appeared without a scratch. Chen replied that let him throw it, his iron manly body could protect even from bullets. But one of the nails did hit his most fragile part of his body. It's his brown flower. That it hit his weak point, it was the perfect moment to attack. Chen asked how dare he offend his fragile flower. In a few blows straightening out a lot of guys, he shouted that let them feel his power and taste the pain. The guy used the tactic of blooming around the machete. The remaining guys cried out in pain. Wei Chen replied that this time, he would spare his life. There would be no more mercy, only more hanging around like this. Janice asked him to wait a second. The guy replied that just don't let her say she's in love with him. Let her forgive him, but he doesn't want to lie. The girl replied that she meant he was still bleeding. She said, "Are you sure you're okay?" The guy started yelling that he'd forgotten all about his bleeding star. He started saying he was dizzy and bleeding. Chen said he thought it was the only way out. After that, the guy took off his pants. She closed her eyes and asked what he was doing. He started asking the girl to please help him stop the blood. Janice yelled for the guy to stay away from her. Wei Chen said for the girl to not be shy and act, she doesn't need to do it so gently. Asked him to shut up. She said she'd never done it before. At that moment, Ouyang enters the room and sees the whole picture. She asked is it okay or is it a guy? The boy replied to the teacher that it was a long story he could explain everything. But it was too late, Ouyang was flying towards him. After hitting him, the teacher said she worked all day to improve their lives while we were there enjoying those dirty games. Later he did tell what had happened. The teacher replied that he should have explained everything first. He replied that she had not given him any chance. The girl revealed that she was forced to steal since the winged thieves used a black drug to control her brother. But now that the winged thieves have been defeated, she is finally free. Ouyang asked what black drugs are. The girl replied that it's a medicine made of crystals. It cures injuries and relieves pain, but it is quickly addictive. Chen told the girl that it won't be easy for her brother to quit using them. She replied that she knew, but the girl couldn't leave him even if he was. The guy asked why doesn't she join his guild. He has his own territory. With their help, he can get rid of the black drug. The girl said he just needed her coloring skills. The guy's just like your assholes. She already told him she's done stealing. He said he was sorry. Then he said they work 35 hours a week. Plus they offer insurance with housing for their employees and they have a high-paying job with a ton of benefits. She replied that on the other hand, maybe it wasn't such a bad idea to try it. The teacher asked does the girl not follow her own rules? Janice replied that was the plan, but things change with that offer. The girl asked what was the name of his guild. What is its level? Chen replied that he hadn't created it yet. The girl shouted so does that mean he is recruiting her into a guild that doesn't even exist? In the Players Association the guys asked if anyone was going to the dungeon. They need one more person. Ouyang told the guy what she thought, he wanted to start his own guild. Then she asked why they were there. He replied that it's not that easy. He first needs a guild token, which is the reward of a Class C quest. Dreaming, the guy replied that he's afraid to bet girls will follow him tons after he creates a guild. Grabbing him the teacher said so this is what he really wants from the guild. The guy replied that she could strangle him. Mickey said she didn't expect to see them there. Did they go there for the quest, too? Looking at Mickey, Janice thought about how hot he was. She asked who was this cute guy. Chen replied something like this. And actually, it's a girl. Janice replied that it was her fault, she was just a little confused. Mickey thought, damn it, just because she has flat breasts doesn't mean she's a man. Upon approaching her, the guy said he needed a guild token. Can she tell us about any of the quests? The girl began to tell me that the Walker Hunters had recently taken on a zombie sweep mission. Among the rewards is a guild token. The girl didn't mind giving it to him to help him with a task. The guy said it sounded too generous. A guild token is a great luxury. Mickey said they needed an experienced leader for the mission. He would be able to pick up the token as payment for the work done. Chen replied that he was in. The girl replied that it was great, in that case imports would be sent out. Yang added that she would help them. Chen replied that he'd rather let her rest somewhere in the main city. He didn't want to deal with her transformation again during the battle. Slipping a card between her breasts, he said he would let her relax there with the girl. The guy got her a spa membership. Yang asked where he got the VIP card. Hugging her teacher, the girl said that it was actually a great idea. Let him deal with those battles on his own. In the abandoned school, the guy stood in front of a large number of kids. After introducing himself, Chen said that he was their leader on this mission. He will be like a big brother to them. They can go to him with any question they want. The boy will gladly answer them, and now, let them tell about themselves. The guy starts telling me his name is Rick C. He's from the 3rd Walker Hunter Squad. Can increase his strength, his specialty is melee combat. Chen shouted that he should speak louder, he couldn't hear. The guy asked why the hell is he yelling like that? Clearly he's taking offense. Wei Chen replied that he wasn't joking. The guy just can't hear him. How is he going to kill zombies with that voice? The guy said he's definitely dead if he's poking around Rick. Taking a swing, the guy said let him prove to him that he was worthy to be his leader. Chen was able to dodge the blow. After tripping Ricky, he fell to the ground. Chen began to say that the head of their guild had appointed him as their leader. He asked them to play by his rules. The guys were surprised to see Rick out of it with one move. Chen shouted that morale is the most important thing in battle. So let them get the hell out of there if they don't have it. Then ordered them to split into teams of 3 and exterminate the zombies in their area. Janice told her teacher that it's been a long time since she's relaxed like this. She can't believe the game provides such comfort in this destructive world. Yang told the girl that she has a perfect figure. She can't stand fat on her body. The girl replied that she actually liked hot and rounded shapes like hers. Yang said that if she kept rubbing like that, the towel would fall off. Pulling the towel off her, the girl yelled that this way she would fully enjoy the sauna. Janice said she didn't have to be shy. Let her let the girl taste her berries. Standing outside the door, the girls didn't understand what was going on inside. But they decided that they had better come back later. The guys were walking and talking about how disgusting this place was. Chris said the place gave him the creeps. Chen asked what his fighting style was. How many zombies would he be able to fight at the same time? Chris replied that he was good at hand-to-hand combat, could fight 3 at once. Chen looked at him and thought how cute he was. Rick said that he could beat up 5 or 6 zombies with his bare hands. Chen asked him if he was an idiot. They don't have to be bitten to contract the zombie virus. They can become infected simply by touching them with hands with open wounds. The guy handed Rick a pair of reinforced gloves. He said they would make his punches stronger and protect him from the virus. Chen wished he had them. Rick said he felt stronger in them. Can the guy really keep them? Wei Chen replied that of course. He bought them yesterday in the city, they give good stats, but there is a small side effect. Suddenly, the guy felt his chest swell. Chen put his hand over Chris's eyes and asked him to close them. The guy started yelling why the hell did he have such huge boobs. Chen asked didn't he say they were breast-enhancing gloves? I hear they draw strength from the anger of many female fighters. They've sacrificed their figure to fight. Rick asked and that means a little side effect. Yeah he's got a size 4 chest now, no less. Chen told Chris that the boy had a gift for him too. The boy asked why he had given him a woman's outfit. Wei Chen replied that let him not underestimate this garment. Once he puts it on, how will he become, the guy asked, stronger or faster? Chen replied that he would be even more charming. Chris yelled that he had gone too far. Rick told the boys that they should be getting back. Turning to the guy, he asked Chen didn't he wonder how many they could stack at once. What about yourself? Wei Chen replied that as per him, the more the better. Rick thought that so fast, he couldn't even keep track of his movements. The monster thought Chris was a girl, then asked him to tell him if she would be his forever. Chris replied to stay away from him. Rick told Chen not to worry. He's much stronger than he looks. Once a hand on his shoulder, the guy asked didn't he tell him not to put his nasty hands on his shoulders. Rick said that's why he said the guy would be fine. One of the guys said there was really something there. The other guy said it had to be Chris again. Chen asked what was going on over there. The guy replied that he only turns into a brawler when he feels strong emotions. As soon as he woke up, the guy started saying that the monsters were really scary. Wei Chen replied that the only one who is scary there is just him. The guy thinks it's an area that's almost cleared out. Rick replied that it's actually very boring when all your enemies are little gnats. Suddenly, the boys heard someone calling for help from far away. Chris ran out saying that someone needed help. Once in the doorway, the guy asked where she was. He yelled that he was going to help. Running a little farther, the guy saw a girl in the corner asking for help. He said not to worry, he'd take care of it. Pulling out a syringe, the guy said he was going to save her. Suddenly, a monster came out of the ground. It immediately started attacking the guys. The guy pulled the girl against him. At some point, the monster knocked the weapon out of his hand. Suddenly, in an instant, the monster was next to the boy and bit him. Chen flew into the room and saw what was happening. He immediately attacked the monster. Rick asked what was that? Did a monster come out of the wall? Chen replied that it was an underground flesh eater. Looking at the wound, he said it was pretty deep. Looks like the guy's already infected. Turning to him, Chris said he didn't want to become one of those nasty monsters. Rick started saying they didn't have a cure for the infection. It was better to die than to become a monster, that was the vow they made before joining the guild. He said he could get the guy out of it. Stopping his sword, he cupped his hand and told the guy to drink his blood. That should help him. Rich yelled out what he was doing. The guy could just end Chris's agony. Chen replied that he didn't want to see anyone die. Suddenly, new monsters started climbing out of the walls. The boy asked why there were so many of them. Chen replied that he was afraid, this building was their nest. He shouted that everyone should leave, the boy would cover them. Just as he was about to run, Chris realized that the ground beneath his feet had cracked. He had fallen through. She pushed the girl aside and ran towards the cave-in. Chen shouted at him not to go there, because it was dangerous. Let him face it, they've already done everything they can. The guy said he had to save him. Chen said they must continue even if he died. He is afraid that these underground flesh eaters have destroyed the whole building, it is collapsing. Looking around, the guy asked then what should they do. Chen replied that they had no choice but to jump out. Rick asked me if he was kidding. It's the 4th floor. Suddenly, they heard the monsters coming. The guy said to buckle up, he'd take care of it. Jumping from the window, Chen realized that this time he had screwed up. The guy decided to use the man's iron body. Landing on his back, he said it really hurts when you fall from such a height. Rick began to thank him for saving his life. Bowing, the boy said he owed him his life, he swore. Chen replied to the guy that he promised to look after them. Things didn't go as planned, he couldn't save Chris. Rick replied that he was a brave hunter, the guy would explain that to Mickey. And sitting at the table, the girl said that she realized that Chris was dead. Chen replied that he was the one to blame. The guy said it was his fault, he was ready to give up his guild badge. Suddenly, the girl told him that Chris was her dead boyfriend's brother. A picture from the past appeared before her eyes. She held Jay's hand and told him everything was going to be okay. The boy replied that he was afraid he couldn't do it. Let her please take care of his brother for him. and she should find someone who can take care of her. Mickey revealed that ever since then she had decided to kill as many dead people as possible to avenge him, even if it meant she'd have to act like a man from then on. She created brave hunters, and after her training, Chris was able to defend himself and fight. Covering her face with her hands, she began to say that she was sorry because she couldn't keep the guy safe. Chen replied to the girl that her life belonged only to her and not to anyone else. He's terribly sorry he couldn't save him, the guy will do whatever he can to make her better. The girl replied that then, thinking now she could drink in his company. As it turned out, Chris was still alive. After getting out of the rubble, the guy looked around and couldn't understand what the hell was going on. He thought about the fact that he was badly hurt. Why didn't it hurt at all now? Suddenly, the guy felt his skin start to burn. When he looked at his hands, he didn't understand what was happening. All the monsters turned their attention to him abruptly. The guy started asking them to stay away from him. Walking forward a little, the boy accidentally stepped on a mirror. When he picked it up, he looked at it and was horrified. Chen told Mickey that he's really cool, because he can outdrink a lot of men. Mickey replied that she should open her eyes. Despite all this, she is still a girl. The guy asked if it was true. What part of her looks like a girl? Tearing off her bandage, the girl shouted this is the part, let him see for himself. Does she still look like a man now? The guy replied that when he sees how big they are, let her go because she's choking him. He said the girl never showed her true colors. Chen said he could remind her what it was like to be a girl, let her consider it another thing he could do for her. The guy said Mini Wei Chen is ready for service. Mini Wei Chen is moving forward. Mickey replied that the guy had been playing with them for so long. Chen said then it was time to get straight to the point. After entering the Garden of Eden, Mini Chen said that it looked like he had picked the forbidden fruit. The girl asked him to move a little slower. The girl asked if this was a good idea for her. The guy said she didn't owe anyone anything. So just let her be herself and live her life. Handing him the token, she asked the guy to take it. Said he could have it as her generous tip for his favor last night. Thanking her, the boy replied that he was anxious to please. Mickey replied that he'd let her get lost. Coming to the Players Association, the guy said he wanted to start his own guild. The girl thanked him for the information. She asked him to confirm the name and logo for her guild. Chen replied that he had already sorted out the name, his guild would be called Ouroboros. Janice asked Ouroboros. What is that? Ouyang said it was a giant snake in ancient Greek myth. A snake feeding on its own tail symbolizes rebirth and immortality. The boy replied that he knew that the teacher was aware. The Ouroboros Guild has been established and its leader is Wei Chen. Chen thought about the fact that the teleportation portals were now working. A few moments later, he was already telling the boys that the Ouroboros Guild had been founded. For their convenience, she set up teleportation portals in the central city. They can go to the central city whenever they want. Lu Zhu started saying what a proud guy. He just created a guild to make himself the boss. The guy asked if there was any other benefit to the guild. Chen replied that he would not force anyone to join his guild, so the guy will never stop them if they want to leave. Lu asked why he would do that. The guy saved them. Following his example and helping him is the least he can do to repay. Surprised, the boys asked if this was the central city. They wondered if their relatives had been there. Lin said it had been ages since she had seen such a large crowd last time. Wang shouted to her daughter to stay close. Chen told the girl that he thought she would look for her family. Qin replied that her family was not in this place, but what about him? The boy said that his mom disappeared years ago and his dad last year. The girl apologized, saying she shouldn't have said anything about it. He asked why didn't she do something to cheer the guy up tonight. The girl didn't understand how he could use her guilt like that. The guy started to say that his dad had gone to work, but he's sure a smart and advanced person like him will sort it all out. Grabbing him, the girl started yelling that means his father is not dead. The guy replied that she didn't let him finish his sentence. Lu said how nice it was that they were in Central City now. Would she like to have a drink with him? The girl replied that she had told him to leave her alone. She said don't let him tell her she's in love with that guy again. He wouldn't even notice her with all the pretty girls around. The guy started saying he was going to make her and that damn guy kneel in front of him one day. Suddenly, the man said he didn't think drinking there would help him get his girlfriend back. The guy asked who he was, how did the man know him? Donald replied that he is the leader of the Doomsday heroes, with their intelligence it's not hard to recognize his name. Lou asked the Doomsday hero. One of the largest guilds in the city of Agatha. What do they want with a lowlife like him? The man replied that he wasn't nothing, the guy was capable, he just needed a chance to prove his strength. Then he asked if he wanted to work with him. Lou asked if they were asking him to join them. The man replied that no, he wanted the guy to stay in his guild, he would do better if he stayed there. The guy asked is he trying to make a roof out of him? As an honest and decent man, he would never do that, even if life was difficult. The man replied that he had 1,000 crystals there, let him consider them his little gift. After he destroys Wei Chen, the man will make him the guild leader and he can get any girl he wants, including Qin Xian. The guy asked the man what's trying to bribe him. He's insulting him by doing so. Lou said he wanted to yell at him about it, but it's an offer he can't refuse. So it's a deal. Qin asked what the guy's plans were these days. Chen replied that he has to do something to raise the level of the Ouroboros guild. They need a high-level assignment. Suddenly, Mickey appeared in front of them. The girl said she wanted to ask if they would like to take her on an assignment. Staring at her intently, the guy asked why she was dressed like that today. The girl replied that she thought he was right, so she was still herself. Chen asked for permission to introduce them. Mickey is the leader of the zombie hunters, and this is the sniper of his guild, Qin Xian. The girl said she felt a closeness between them. Are they really dating? Qin replied that they were not a couple. The guy added that he can't be the best player when he has a girlfriend. Not to mention that she's not his girlfriend. Getting angry, the girl started asking then who is she to him. The guy asked her to stop doing that, she would shake his brains out. Mickey went over to him and told him not to worry. She wouldn't tell anyone about what had happened between them. Watching them from the side, the girl asked what the two were whispering about. The guy replied that it was about their mission, of course. They were talking about Chris. The girl said that intelligence said he'd been found on the outskirts of town. Chen asked how was that possible. He himself saw the thing when the guy fell into the ruins. Even if he is not dead, a seriously injured person has no chance of survival outside of safe areas. The girl replied that she would not give up, no matter how impossible it sounded. She needs help, as they have a lot of neighborhoods to search. That's why she published the mission in her own name. The girl is hoping the job can help them. They'll get paid whether they can find him or not. Chen replied that he was in. The guy needs to return her guild token. And his comrades need to practice too. He told them that their mission was to help the hunters in their search for a boy named Chris. May they please avoid unnecessary bickering and save their time searching. Lou shouted to the leader not to worry, he would do everything in his power to complete the mission. Chen replied what a surprise, the guy took on such a low-paying mission. He replied that they have lunch on each other, but the guy will try to fix it. He hopes they can put the past in the past. Chen replied that he was looking forward to helping him. Turning to him, Mickey put a hand on the guy's shoulder. The girl said she thought the guy was up to something bad. He better keep an eye on him. Chen replied that he should trust him since he decided to leave him. As a leader, a guy has to be tolerant. Qin said they didn't find any trace of him. The guy said something didn't add up. Mickey asked what the problem was. He replied that usually dangerous places like these were full of undead. But they hadn't seen any regular zombies in all the places they'd surveyed. I asked him what he meant. The guy said that maybe those monsters could hide now. Mickey replied that there was no way. Zombies can't think, they just attack any players they meet. They never hide. Suddenly, someone shot at them from around the corner. When they saw it, the guy shouted for them to take care of themselves. Someone was yelling to kill the intruders. This is totally their territory. Chen said they're not zombies, but flesh eaters. They have dead bodies and human minds. Mickey asked does the undead actually use ranged weapons? Qin replied that she shouldn't worry. They just have to kill every zombie that gets in their way. Suddenly, someone yelled to stop. Watching the real body in front of them, the guys couldn't believe it. Seeing their undead lord, everyone immediately bowed. The guy replied that he not Chris can leave, they are not humans or flesh eaters. He yelled that they were just trying to survive. Let them please leave them alone. Chen asked him to tell them what happened. Chris ordered his subordinates to stop him. They immediately started telling him not to come any closer. One of the monsters told him not to touch their lord. Chen replied that if he were in his place, who would stay away. The boy asked how could he just walk away like that. Mickey had never given up on finding him. The girl yelled that she should just let him come back, everyone is waiting for him. Chris replied that there was no going back. He started screaming that it was the power from his blood. It turned the guy into a hybrid monster. Why couldn't he just be a mindless zombie? At least he wouldn't have to live in so much pain. His blood transformed other undead as well, making them hybrids, and this made him their lord. Chen replied nothing that he is half-flesh eater. There are many ways to hide it, and there was a chance he might even figure out how to turn him back into a human. Mitya replied that it didn't matter, just let him leave it alone. She respects his decision. He will always be a dead man hunter no matter what, the guy will always be her family. She will ask for the territory on behalf of the guild, they can live there. Chris told her thanks, and he hopes they can move on and live their own lives. That's when Lou was watching them. The boy immediately started calling the man and telling him that he had important information. He found a half-breed there who can control walkers with his blood, but Chen made peace with him, for they used to be friends. The man replied that it would be boring if it ended in peace. Let him take this as his first assignment. Go and provoke them. The guy replies that a man can always count on him. He uses this new gun to fight them. Firing a shot, the bullet hit Chris directly. Chen immediately asked what Chin was doing. Putting her hands up, the girl replied that it wasn't her. She didn't do anything. Angry, Chris asked is it true that they still wanted to kill him. He turned into an extremely rare mutant ogre with a special ability to control blood. Chen shouted that it was a rank A monster. Let the guys leave, he is very dangerous. The monster started attacking. The guy says he's leaking. Thinks he could really use a tampon now. Suddenly, Chen shouted to the guy to dodge to the right. Chen replied that she shouldn't shoot. The girl didn't listen. It was a fatal headshot. She said these new special bullets the girl brought are really impressive. Suddenly, at some point, the monster began to attack Chen Xian. The girl froze as she didn't know what to do. Covering her with his body, the guy shouted iron male body. The girl asked if he was okay. Chen thought he was able to stop him as suddenly bloody tentacles stuck to his body. At some point the guy realized they were sucking his blood. Watching him, she thought she hadn't seen a mummy in real life yet. In a matter of moments, his body was gone. Watching, Lou thought the asshole was finally dead. Mickey was covered in tears. Only Chen stood there thinking, how would he revive this time? He was revived. 800 points were deducted from his account. A revival reward was received. The master has gained a special skill, boiling blood. It greatly increases physical strength by burning blood. The guy clicked that the monster was attacking too slowly. It was a friendly disarming blow. Chris used the bloody tentacles again. The girl thought they would suck his blood again. Grabbing him by his tentacles, the guy asked how his burning blood tasted. He wanted to see if the monster was strong enough to withstand his boiling blood. Chen told him to go easy on him. The guy replied that he knew perfectly well. Let him burn now. Using the new blood spiral technique, with a single strike of his sword, the guy incinerated the monster. Chris asked the guys to just kill him. There's no way he can go back to being human. Just let them kill him now. The guy said that if that's what he wanted to do. He apologized to Mickey and said he had to do it. Maybe he could save his pride by doing this. The guy had been his friend, but now that he'd changed, defending the guy, she stood in front of him. Mickey asked does he really hate his life that much? The girl asked that Chen spare him. The guy replied that they couldn't be gentle now. After all, she had seen him go crazy. Mickey said it was because he was provoked. She said he should leave with his buddies. The guy has to stay away from all the players if he wants to live. Let him leave now, they'll be enemies the next time they meet. The guy has to survive, his brother sacrificed himself for him. The monster asked are they really letting them go? The guy replied that he had to do it for Mickey's sake. And they've just been asked to banish all zombies, so it's to his advantage if they keep their promise and leave. He asked the girl if it was a good idea to let them go like that. She asked why not. It was the right thing to do. The girl replied that there would be hope as long as they were alive, whoever they were. Lu thought it was great the guy got some game-changing information. The man asked, does he mean to say that the half-blood mutant the guy met can control other zombies? Donald thought about how he could accomplish his great goals faster if he could keep that mutant half-breed alive. Knocking on the door, the guy started to tell the leader that he was there to report on the task he had just completed. The man replied to Lu Bo that the guy had gotten much stronger after the last dungeon. He just had a new task for him. The guy said it's an honor to work for the guild. The mission will be in good hands. Donald has discovered a band of half-breeds. Have them bring their men and destroy them. They also need to bring back the chief carnivore alive. The guy asked to keep him alive. Why can't he just kill him? The man replied that he had his reasons. He just needs to focus on the task at hand. Let him go, don't keep him waiting too long. After a while, the monster asked my lord if he was back on his feet yet. The boy replied that he could barely walk yet. They need to move on as soon as possible. Suddenly, the monster shouted caution and pushed the boy aside. A group of men appeared in front of him. One of the guys told the boys to take the target and destroy the others. Chen told the girl that life was getting boring when the assignment was over. He wondered how the guys were doing now. The girl replied that the players they met in the dungeon were randomly assigned by the system. She is afraid that it is almost impossible to meet them again. Suddenly, walking down the road, the guys bumped shoulders. The men immediately started telling the brat to watch the road. How dare he remove the leader of their team? Lu Bo told them to back off. Those guys are his friends. After saying hello, he told them he hadn't seen them for a long time. The guy immediately started talking about what a surprise to meet them there. They hugged each other and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Chen told the guy that he is a good boy now, a real leader. Lu Bo replied that to survive out there, you have to be a team player. He has the guys send it all to the guild leader. The lad caught up with his friends. Bowing, the men replied that it would be done. Chen asked what kind of treasure was he hiding in such a big box. The guy replied that a little assignment from the guild leader. He was happy to meet them tonight. He then said that dinner was on him. Chen asked, turns out the guy is now working for the Doomsday heroes. Lu Bo replied what exactly, he was just a nobody in the guild, they didn't take him seriously until the guy returned from the dungeon becoming stronger. The guy said he believes Lu Bo knows about his history with Doomsday heroes. He replied that their guild leader had mentioned it before. The man doesn't blame them for it, as it was the game that made them opponents. Chen replied that then let him pass this message to his leader. The guy never thought he had done anything wrong. Lu Bo replied that the guild led by Donald is the largest in Agate City. He is trying to build a new place where there is no controversy. Suddenly, the guy asked if Chen would join them. A strong man like him could definitely be the most important assistant leader. They can build something great together. Chen replied that they have different goals, besides, he is afraid that their leader is not so kind. They better be careful. Grabbing the guy by his shirt, Lu Bo replied that the guy couldn't humiliate his leader no matter how close they were. Qin tried to calm both of them down. Lu Bo replied that it was fine. He hoped it wouldn't affect their friendship. He should go now. The girl asked, is he really going to turn his back on Lu Bo because of this? The guy didn't understand how he dared. He didn't understand how the guy could leave first when he had to pay for the food. The girl thought it was unbelievable. Donald told the boy that it was a very good thing. The man knew he could count on him. Let him work harder and he could become deputy guild leader later. Lu Bo replied that he had met Wei Chen today. The guy invited him to join them, but he declined. The man said it was okay. Everyone has different views. He forgives his ignorance. Good job, he can rest. He said he couldn't let anyone interfere with that experiment. Have them send some of their best men to kill Wei Chen first. The man said he could start extracting the virus whenever he wanted. Don't worry, he'll get right on it. Chen kept saying he couldn't believe the guy was working for Donald now. He took him for a brother. The girl thought it was very important to him, even though he refused to accept it. Snuggling into her chest, the boy said it was the last comfort he could find in such a cold world. He said they were so big and had the perfect shape. The girl replied that he couldn't use it, even if he was drunk. The guys shouted that they believe he is Wei Chen. He apologized for interrupting them, but he had business to attend to. Dropping his sword, the man shouted that someone wanted him dead. Chen asked the girl to step back, he would take care of them. Chen asked the guy is sure. He is drunk, after all. Pauline replied that he's learned some tactics that work better when he's drunk, right remember? Catching the arrow, he shouted that they had made a mistake. They were out of luck. He was just looking for a place to vent his anger. The guy said he was a fool for having dynamite on his desk. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. Laughing, the guys asked, so is this the so-called master? They said he was surprisingly weak. Attacking, the guy asked who taught him how to put explosives on an arrow. The guy said it was a brilliant idea. He ordered his boys to show themselves. Chen told them that he would waste time if he only used one sword. It was time to buy something with the points I had collected. It was a new bloody blade. The guy yelled it's time to attack, he's only one. Chuckling snidely, the guy shouted that it was time for the killings. He attacked again and again, delivering stunning blows. Everyone was defeated. Watching from the sidelines, the boy thought he was incredibly strong. Suddenly, Chen struck him with his sword hand and told him to let him lay it out. Who sent them there? The guy replied that he couldn't talk or they would definitely kill him. Chen shouted that he would die now if he didn't speak. He's gonna make him suffer before he dies. The guy immediately shouted that he was giving up, he'd tell everything. As soon as he said the customer's name, Chen immediately tossed him into the air, after which his body exploded. Chen asked him what was going on. He said that there were bombs planted in their bodies. They would be blown up if they failed. With horror in her eyes, the girl shouted that it was so cruel after all. Chen abruptly remembered the explosives. He shouted to the girl to lie down. He shouted to the girl to lie down. Yang thought there was a phone signal going out, so where is it? Is it buried under this rock? Looking at the teacher, the boy said he knew she would come and save him. Lu Bo only wanted to knock on the doors as he suddenly heard voices behind them. The man said that none of the squad they sent out survived, but the explosives embedded in the name blew Chen up. Donald replied that it was a pity they had lost their men, but it had been worth it, for they had repulsed Wei Chen. The man replied that according to their informant, the guy is still alive. His comrades rescued him, but now he is still in a coma. Donald started yelling that he had only given one order and they had failed. Have them send another team of elites to get rid of the defective and his gang. Suddenly, Lu Bo and shouted, why did Mr. send their men to kill the guy? That's not what a decent guild does, is it? The man replied that this is what they have to do to stabilize the city and maintain order. As a leader, he can't take risks when the guy is around them. All of a sudden, a guy picked up and threw his badge. The man asked if it was his team leader badge. What does that mean? Lu Bo replied that it means he's quitting. The guy is quitting the guild. As soon as he turned his back to the man immediately attacked him. He ordered the traitor to be locked up. After the man gets rid of that guy, he executes him publicly to warn potential traitors. Lu Bo was sent to a cell. The guys asked why he went against their leader. They said that now he was just a traitor, so let him wait for his sentence there. The only thought in his mind was that he should tell Chen everything. Looking at his leg, the guy thought how could he do it. Suddenly, he realized what he had found. While in the ward, Chen Xian asked will he be alright. Yang replied that he had been in a coma for quite some time. Van said he's badly injured. She can heal him with her skills, but it will take at least 12 hours. Suddenly, something flew in through the window and hid between the teacher's breasts. She couldn't understand what it was. Chen recognized it as a small go-go robot. The girl didn't understand why he looked so strange. Suddenly, the robot started talking. Lu Bo said that the Doomsday heroes attacked the guy. Have them prepare for the second wave of assassins. The guy said that in addition, there was a rat in their company. The girl asked him if it was true. Looking at his leg, the guy thought just let it fly, Go should get his message across. Yang asked are they really sending people to kill a guy? The teacher then asked if it could be a trap or something like that. Chen replied that she trusted Lu Bo in this matter. The girl said that after all, they had been through a lot together. Van asked what now? They can't transform him now. He needs to be treated. Chin Xin replied that he had been protecting them all that time. It was time for the girls to do the same. She said that's it. The Doomsday heroes are after them now. Chen was wounded, and he won't wake up from the cops for 12 hours. The girl revealed that she was leading the fight as acting guild leader. She said that they needed to protect each other, but the girl couldn't guarantee that they would win. Anyone who doesn't want to participate can leave the guild. Lu figured it wouldn't take much for him to get rid of those underpants. Raising her hand, Huan replied that she had something to say. The guy thought that this bitch always does what's best for her. Looks like she'll be the first one to betray him. Yang replied that they understand if the girl wants to leave. Huang asked who said leave. The girl started saying that he was her ex and the one she hated the most, but she was the only one in the world who could kill him. Huang has decided to stay, and for anyone who wants to stay too, the girl offers a date with her. Using their adorable eyes, everyone immediately started saying they would stay too. It was time to pay the guy back. Lu thought to herself, who could have seen this coming? Firing a shot in the air, Chin said let the guys squeeze their balls into a fist, for the big battle. Van told the guy to hang in there, she'd be sure to cure him. The man shouted to the first team that they had found the right building. Suddenly, he saw someone shoot. The girl shouted that the enemies were within range. They need to make it, let them move. Lin used her magic flame. They couldn't understand why there was a fire. The man was informed that both teams had been defeated. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of them. Glancing in her direction, he said he looked like a woman. The man started yelling that he was almost 30. It's unseemly to ambush the weak like that. Van thought no, this is taking too long. They didn't seem to leave her any choice. Chin told the boys to hold on. Yang told her that they were cutting off all escape routes. The man yelled out what he had to say, they're tough, but girls don't stand a chance when they're outnumbered. Suddenly, someone replied that they didn't think quantity was the main thing. Chen said that they were good, now let him figure it out. Chin rejoiced, for she knew that he would manage to survive. Suddenly, the man shouted that the target was in his sights. Have them concentrate their firepower on him. They must destroy him. The girl thought what an idiot. How could he set you up like that? The guy's the one they're after. All the arrows were flying towards him. Thanks to his swords, he was able to deflect the blow. The boy shouted that he would tear him to pieces. Chen said let them show them what it's like to be in the crosshairs. The guys started yelling that this guy is a monster, he's a monster. Running away, saying they didn't want to die. He actually killed their leader in one move. Chin said she was sorry, but there was no turning back. Watching what was happening, Lu thought that he should tell Donald as soon as possible. As soon as the guy picked up the phone, the sword touched his neck. Chen told him to follow his instructions or the guy's head would be blown off. Donald asked the guy how it went. Did his men wipe out the Ouroboros? The guy said yes, including the leader Chen. He told me they're cleaning up. They will head back tomorrow. Chen replied that he was good, after that the guy would get a promotion. Said it was good, the guy thinks it's the best day of his life. He's got a bright future ahead of him. Chen asked did the guy know about what he had done. So why didn't he tell them about it? Chen replied that sometimes a traitor could be very useful to them. Choosing himself as a rat was the worst decision he had ever made. Falling to his knees, Lu began to say that it was his fault. Please don't kill him. The guy asked why he wouldn't give it to their dick who was killed because of him. After which he chopped off his head. He said he wouldn't mess with others unless they messed with him. The guy said it's the main office of the Death Heroes, they need passwords to get in or they'll put out an alert. Looking at Chin, the guy asked why doesn't she distract them. Furious, the girl asked why would she do something like that. As soon as she tried to hit him, the guy asked for her to take pity. He'd take the bait himself if he could. Huan asked are they serious? It's just two ordinary people. To a girl, it's a mere trifle. The man asked he hadn't noticed anything strange about their guild leaders lately. The guy replied that let him watch his words, Commander Lu was jailed for insulting the leader. Huan went up to them and apologized. She told them that she wanted to ask if there was a toilet. One of them replied that he could go into the woods, he would show her the way. Suddenly, another man says there's something wrong with this woman. They don't know why she came to the main office. Looking into her eyes, the guy immediately asked could he have the honor of showing her the way. The guy yelled that he couldn't believe he would be there without him. The girl replied that he could go with them. While in the woods, a man said he was lucky today. He turned off the monitor for 10 minutes, they could do that. The girl replied that she didn't think 10 minutes was enough for her. Chen came up behind him and knocked the guy out with one punch. He said he shouldn't embarrass himself if he could only last 5 minutes. For him, the minimum is 5 hours. Juan asked, is that true? Would she like to check it out? The guy replied that maybe some other time. Chin heard his answer and asked what other time. Chen immediately replied to the girl that he was just joking. Looking at the man, Juan asked that he tell her the password to the doors. She told them not to waste their time, but to put on their clothes. They need to sneak in before the monitor comes back on. Chin asked are they going to change clothes in there? Juan asked is the officer hiding something from them? The girl shouted that okay, she would do it. Looking at the girl, he said she had nice panties. Then he asked her if she bought them for him. Chin replied that she just wanted to try a different style. Huang added that she has things of different styles. She can be a student, a nurse, a stewardess and a policeman of course. Chen replied that he preferred the bunny suit. Chin grabbed his ear and said that no one cared about his sexual preferences. Watching them, the girl thought to make sure the officer kept an eye on her man, or someone might steal him from her. The man shouted for the guy to answer, where is his mechanical leg? Lu Bo replied that he thought it had run away from there. He knew the guy was a genius with cars. But that wouldn't change anything, even if he used his foot to call for help. Mr. Donald has already wiped Wei Chen and all his men off the face of the earth. The guy said I don't think so. Chen, he can't just die like that. The man replied that he was going to die anyway, even if the guy wasn't dead. They don't want traitors in there. He said he would turn his body into a most useful weapon. Suddenly, Chen appeared behind him and said that this was his appetizer. The guy asked what department he was from. Put a gun in his mouth and told him to leave them good reviews if he liked it. Shot, the guy said this is what the man would get if he touched his brother. Lu Bo told the guy that he knew he wouldn't die. Chen thanked him for the information, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to prevent Donald's plan in time. The guy said he was going to get him out now. Lu replied that it's more important to stop the chapter now. He has a unique zombie for his extremely dangerous plan. He told him that the man wanted to turn all the players in the city. Chen asked what other plan. Just as suddenly, the guy shouted cautiously. The man said the guy couldn't kill him. Thanks to Mr. Donald, they completed the evolution. He said he could easily kill him. The boy asked the man if he meant turning half undead. The man began to say there is no pain, no hunger, no fear. The undead are the best version they can be. Chen continued with rotten skin and mangled limbs, ugly faces and foul body odor. More importantly, carnivores can never reproduce. Attacking, the man shouted for him not to belittle his evolution. All he has is brute strength. Chen said it doesn't work on him. A man comes in and yells for the guy not to underestimate him. Lu Bo asked if Chen was okay. The boy replied that he wasn't paying enough attention. He gave the monster the middle finger and said that it was unseemly to pounce on an old man like him. Pouncing on the guy, the monster shouted that he was going to smash him for their guild leader. In just a few movements with his sword, the guy cut the heart out of that monster. After that, he took it and crushed it. Lu Bo, after seeing this, immediately asked the guy to release him from there first. Chen replied that he deserved it. The guy said he'd been through a lot. Then he asked, so what exactly happened to the Doomsday heroes? Lu Bo tells him that Donald has captured a creature that can control zombies. He intends to turn everyone in Agate City into the undead and become the leader of all the walkers. Chen asked has he completely lost his mind? Running up to them, Chen shouted to the guys that someone was releasing toxic gas in the building. The guy asked if the gas would penetrate into that room. Lu Bo replied that in about half an hour, the gas in that room would become so strong that it would transform all of them. Chen ordered the boys to stay there. He will figure out how to get rid of the toxic gas. Put it in front of him. Chen replied that there was no way. If the guy goes out, he will turn into a zombie. The guy replied that he would kill himself immediately if that happened. He would be reborn anyway. She yelled that she didn't want the guy to die even once, no matter how many times he was revived. Chen replied so she wouldn't worry. He'll come back safe and sound. Said if he could come back in one piece this time, she'd do something about it. Chen replied that let her believe him, the guy will definitely come back and do it. Covering his mouth with her hand, she told him to keep his voice down. So when he opened the door, he started yelling at the zombies to back off, saying they wouldn't stop him. Looking at the girl, Lu Bo asked what did she just say. Qin replied that it was nothing. On his way out the door, the guy thought he couldn't handle the toxic gas, not even with his male body. When he chose the right mask, he said it was the one he wanted. It blocks the toxic gas without blocking his view. What an amazing item. He said it looks like they didn't turn many walkers. A guy could go all the way to the gas chamber like this. Suddenly, a huge number of monsters appeared in front of him. Chen dealt with them skillfully and quickly. After dealing with everyone, Chen shouted that now it was Donald's turn. Man can't believe he's tough enough to get to him. Thinks he deserves the credit. Looking at him, Chen doesn't want more and by critics. Donald replied that he didn't have to be his enemy either. A guy can be his indispensable assistant and they can conquer the world if he wants to. With one swing of his sword, Chen sliced the TV in half. The guy thought it looked like he was on the roof. But first he had to clear the building of gas before he could go to it. Opening the door with his foot, the guy said he assumed it was a gas room. Once inside, he immediately turned on the ventilation. Chen thought that he could finally take that thing off, or others would think he was a pervert. Suddenly, someone snatched the sword from his hand. The boy shouted, "Who was it?" Suddenly, a small butcher appeared before his eyes. The boy immediately asked doesn't he remember him? Let him hug him now. But it didn't happen. The butcher hit him with such force that the guy flew a few meters aside. Looking at him, Chen asked did Donald Zhang instill this in him as well? The boy said then, let him forgive him for his rudeness. After cutting off his arm, he asked if the butcher had calmed down a bit. With horror in his eyes, the boy asked where he had acquired such fierce skill. Then the butcher grabbed him by the neck.